I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a fool? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a fool? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the DPA Open Mic. I'm Wyatt from Defense Politics Asia, and welcome back to yet another edition of the DPA Open Mic. This time around is episode 45, and long time no see. So I gotta drop the link to join. This Open Mic is broadcast, multicast on multiple platforms: DPA Twitch, DPA Rumble's Open Mic channel, YouTube's Open Mic channel, and on Twitter. And of course, most of the people is going to be here on the YouTube, most likely. So okay, I'm gonna drop the link to join the Open Mic, and then we can talk, cop, sing song, play mahjong, and join. Okay, please. And the link is now in the live chat of the and pinned on the YouTube channel, as well as on Rumble, as well as on I actually haven't logged into Twitch, but Twitch is currently going live as well. And hi. Semilon. No, is it me or there's no sound? Wait.
One.
Oh yeah, there's sound. Wait. Give me a moment. I adjust my earphone. Yes.
By the way.
No.
There you go. Good stuff.
John. Nothing to do with German biological wine. Please.
What the fuck? Wait, was that being said in the chat? Didn't check that shit.
Oh, by the way,
Hey
Wyatt,
yo, how you doing, man?
Yes.
last week you tricked me. I thought we will discuss about BRICS, but it was only about Africa.
It's not I treat you, they treat you.
It's
Oh,
mostly
yeah.
the people that come here. It ended
Yeah,
up
talk about
being
it.
a
I forgot about it. I forgot to
Cheers,
edit the video.
Vaughn. Cheers, Vaughn.
I just
Oh my God.
gotta respect the business, Bon.
Afternoon, gents.
hello.
Yeah.
Hello, Nunya. Been a while.
So there's two major news over the past week. One, that's why the title is One Final Push, because Ukraine is putting all their eggs in one basket now in Verbove, east of Robotine, because Robotine, they can't really have the breakthrough south of it, so they are moving east. And maybe there's some progress, maybe there's not, depending on who you want to believe. And then we are only just beginning, because here goes another coup in Africa, Gabon, a country that most people haven't heard before until the coup happens. So, yeah, so
I mean, I figure we could do Ukraine pretty quick. I mean, your last summary, I mean, it's pretty much positional fighting. Kind of wait, see what happens, kill as many Ukrainians as they can, and then I think Robotny is just a death trap. Just come on in and die. They'll just let them in a little bit. Like I was saying, it's like a step down. You just go through Robotny, hit that line. I guess they're going to try and go through two lines instead of maybe hooking to the west, and then try to. I mean, that whole area is just a dead zone. I mean, if you go southeast, it's like double lines that are touching, and all sides.
By the way, Ukrainians finally reached the first defensive line.
Yeah.
They finally reached it.
The first continuous set of trenches, yeah. Well, continuous.
Which is labeled
Yeah,
as
that's what I'm
the
saying.
first
It's like-
defensive line.
And then right behind that is the dead space, and then another line.
Yeah.
And if they go east or west, actually, it looks like there's less, but then you've got to drive right along, with your flanks to the main, the first defense. I mean, it's like really nowhere to go except.
To be honest,
It's just a trap to me.
The situation hasn't changed much since the start of the war. Like, the whole idea is to tie up with Ukrainian troops, and the Ukrainians themselves are tying themselves up on the front.
which is pretty normal, right?
Russians
That's
are
what they
fighting
did
hard.
at Bakhmut as well. But that's what they do at Bakhmut. They don't have to defend Bakhmut. No, it's not necessary to destroy the whole city. They don't have to stay there. No, you can fight in the hills. That will be just as difficult for the Russians. But no, they must fight inside Bakhmut. So now they must go through the thickest defense from Robotine all the way south to Melitopol. Like, I don't understand. So
Because of the master plan. The master plan was to reach first Tokmak, and then when Tokmak was reached, they could take over the nuclear power plant in Energodar. They could move south to Melitopol,
and maybe Bryansk, and maybe Mariupol. But Tokmak was the first main goal of all that.
But
Okay,
that is
just
very obvious, right? Because it's like if you draw big arrows across the map, it's like no. So I'm Ukraine. I will circle Moscow, strategic
okay.
city to capture.
Wyatt,
Right.
one thing you have to give the Ukrainians, the best way
Yes.
to break a defense and to break a formation is to hit its hardest point and break it.
Yeah, but they can't follow through.
Maybe.
I mean,
Because
I kind of starting to look at it like this, like Ukraine's a gazelle, you know, and off in the distance there's a lion in the grass. It knows it's
Yeah.
there. It knows it wants to get it. Over there in the bushes there's some jackals. Over there in the grass there's some hyenas. Over by the water is a crocodile, and he's constantly watching to see what's going to make a move on him.
yeah.
And
Okay, the entire
you know,
reason
he
I
looks.
say
Well,
that,
you know what I'm saying. He looks away at the hyenas. He looks back. The lion's 10 meters closer. You know, it's like they have so many threats they don't even know what to react to anymore. They're just like almost waiting until the last second to make a move, and it's usually the wrong move. I mean, they
Yeah,
bolt
what
the
was
wrong way.
the
They run to the
security
lion. They
issue?
run to the gator. They run to the, you
Has
know, the
anyone seen
jackals.
a
I mean, they're
people beyond
screwed.
the dragon's teeth?
To,
I have only
to,
seen infantry on foot.
to ask
Wasn't
the
For
there a
me,
couple
question,
zombies
to
that
ask
the
broke
f-
down
Luke's
the road?
question, I saw a video of people working for the Russians installing barbed wires where you had those dragon teeth, and those guys were on trucks, and they put the barbed wires on the wrong side, so they got trapped in the wrong side of the defense. But that's it.
the the closest thing
Okay,
I see of the Ukrainians near all these so-called the famous Surovikin lines, all these barbed wires and stuff, is the Ukrainian armored vehicle stuck in a tank ditch. I think that's the closest that I see them being close to this kind of lines. I think that's the only one that I saw.
Yeah.
I don't really see them behind it. The one at Verbove is they didn't go across the trenches, if I'm not wrong. They actually just drive down the road because there
yeah,
was a
that's what I was talking
clear
about.
opening. Yeah. But that is not, I don't know, because for me, Robotine is already the first line of defense. Because you know all these trench line, the dragon teeth, you don't defend over there. That is just to obstruct. You know, you don't have Russian soldiers sitting behind the dragon teeth and shoot at the Ukrainians. It's not meant to do that. So the defense line is much more further in front. It's just that is obstruction. Then you have the next defense line behind it. So, but that's my interpretation.
I mean, the only vehicles I saw was that one position a couple weeks ago where they actually tried to drive between the two trench lines, and basically all got stopped just at the trench line or right at the hump between the two entrenchments. But I don't even know if that was, you know, any part of the main defensive line or just a position that was out there around Robotny.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and just like the other day, that road that was in the summary that they went down, that little skinny penetration, it was like, you know, they just went down there because it's road. It was just open. And then they probably got hammered as soon as they saw them from three sides. I mean, that's the thing. It's like that to me, it's just a trap. It's like, yeah, they're going to let you go down in there. Then you're going to have to decide which way to go. And whatever way you go, they've got troops there, tanks, artillery, drones. I mean, there's really,
Yeah, so-
I mean, they could just string them out is all they can do, but I don't think they're ever
Wyatt,
get.
if you could let me say something before you say what you were about to say. Okay. Essentially, I'm going to justify what I said, and I'm trying to make some sense out of the actions, even though they are to some extent nonsensical. I'm trying to find some sense out of the battle plan, the overall operational goal, and I'm struggling. Maybe Nanya can say something in that regard, but let's Wyatt. Wyatt, go ahead. You were going to say something.
Oh, Nunya, you want to answer first?
Oh, sure. Well, basically from what I can tell, there's the plan of the Ukrainians / NATO, whoever's advising them, is more or less to rush the lines and get shot to pieces. So it doesn't seem to be a very good plan thus far. I agree with what RL said. Takmak was that was the initial plan, but it seems to me that they just keep throwing whatever new bodies that they have coming in. They're trying the same thing, and it's not working. So, I mean, they might gain some few meters here and there, and it's going back and forth between them and the Russians. But at what cost? They're losing all of their men and machinery, and the Russians aren't. So, and problem with Ukraine is they don't have any men or machinery. So, you know, this is just an ongoing grind, same as Bakhmut. I think the Russians are grinding them down even more. And as I said last week, I think that the Russians are preparing to make some sort of advance. I think they can't be in the war of attrition mode forever. So I think at some point the Russians are going to want to secure some gains before the winter, and that's why I think that they're going to make a move. But of course, I've been wrong on that before, so I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I was thinking too, like with what Wyatt was saying in his briefing, those VDV units getting repositioned, they might just be sitting there to, you know, make sure they have enough guys there to deal with any kind of penetration. Or they could be sitting there and once they let the Ukrainians go as far as they can go and they wipe them out, they're just going to move forward and clear everything out. I mean, that's what the Ukrainians have been doing. They can't really go up with vehicles, so they drop the infantry off and clear it. I mean, once Russia wipes them out between those defensive lines, they'll probably just send the VDV guys forward to retake Robotny and clean out whatever's left. And they'll have complete air cover, artillery cover, armored vehicles, and, you know, and the same thing up there around Kremenaya and Kupiansk. I mean, they pushed forward and now they stopped. And then they'll just reconsolidate and probably let the Ukrainians throw themselves at them. And, you know, who knows how many troops got drawn off from that or got started going that way, and then they stopped, and now they got to turn around and go somewhere else.
Yeah, I was just looking at the chat that NGS has put in. Why Ukraine always acting so predictable? Ukraine should be on the defensive strategy, limited offensive. Absolutely 100% correct. That's what they should be doing. Why they're not doing that, I don't know. They've got limited resources. They should be on the defensive at this point. I said this last week. They should be drawing back to the river, if not past it, and start forming defensive lines there.
I don't share the same conclusion as Nunya.
Okay.
If the Ukrainians don't go to the offensive, but only in defensive, then the Russians will be very happy.
Okay.
Because they grab territories. They don't want to give back those territories the Russian has taken. And for the backers of the Ukrainians, this is not possible. They don't want to reach a point where there is no more real offensive, and when it's time for discussion, for diplomatic link contacts, where the Russians have a kind of strong position by having 15%, 20% of Ukrainian territory, excluding Crimea. That's something the West absolutely don't wanna.
1 second, RL. Something more interesting is the fact that the Russians are trying to win what comes after the war. They are making moves to secure the future after the war.
It's the question.
The negotiations.
But the problem is,
and the blaming.
From that point of view, the Russians need to make a significant blow, not only to Ukraine, but to the Ukrainians plus their backers. And for
I'm talking about the backers.
That's
what they are
need to put more troops way more troops than what they have actually in Ukraine. I've heard that the Russians may be around 500,000 troops in Ukraine, and most of those troops are involved in logistics. So you have something like maybe 300,000 Russian troops in the entire front line. That's not enough. They need to amass something like 50,000 or 100,000 at one specific point in the front line to make an offensive, a breakthrough, or whatever. I don't see that. And it seems that the Russians are playing the clock.
That's what I was talking about.
Maybe they are waiting something after the war, the initial war, which is Russia versus Ukraine and its backers. And maybe after that, the war will shift into a more direct confrontation between the backers and Russia. But who knows? I don't know.
Okay. Remember, after every war, there is negotiations, and each side has to have backers to defend their claim.
I think Robotny is going to be the second battle in Dan's trilogy of massive defeats. I think that's where you're going to see one of the breaking points is there, because they're going to keep. Supposedly, they just sent their last 7 brigades of NATO-trained reserves down that way. You know, for this last big armored push, this big fist they've supposedly put together. I mean, they might still have a lot of infantry and men after that, but you know, then you got to worry about what are they going to do in Kremenaya? What are they going to do up in Kupiansk? I mean, then you got other places. There's around Bakhmut, they could start pushing around there again too, and then the Ukrainians will send whatever they got left to the next hot spot. And the Russians, I mean, the whole First Guards tank army is sitting in the back of Kupiansk, plus whatever's up there holding the line right now. And there's all kinds of stuff floating around.
Battle over at Bakhmut hasn't ended yet.
There could be.
You're refusing. Go ahead.
There could be a really good surprise for all the morale of Ukrainians if after the Ukrainian offensive loses its momentum and slows down, and then Russians do a quick counter offensive and take back all the territory. That would be devastating for the morale of the all Ukrainians, all the soldiers, everything. Just like that could be even more causing more resistance for mobilization than there is already. So
another thing you could look at too really, important. The attacks that they've had up there in the north, they kind of came off as like they were just pushing and probing. And I almost wonder if some of these other Ukrainian commanders are just launching these attacks that aren't really attacks. They're just making it look like it so they can say they're busy so they don't get transferred down to Robotny. Like, oh, we can't go. We're in the middle. We're on the move. We can't move. We're engaging the Russians. I mean, because if you can just get into some bullshit positional fighting where you shoot at each other once in a while and just dodge drones and artillery, that's better than just going into a guaranteed death trap in Robotny. I mean, I just wonder. I mean, I'm not saying that's anything I've heard. It just made me think that those guys in the north, because both of those offensives around the north of Bakhmut and stuff, they were kind of like just pushing up against where the Russians were, and they kind of stopped.
Vaughn, it's funny you mentioned that. I was probably about 2 days ago, I was listening to an interview with a Ukrainian soldier, and he effectively said what you just said. He said, we were given weapons and we were told to go shoot them out in the field and at nothing. And when we asked why we were doing this, we were told, you need to use the weapons to make it look like you're doing stuff. So they'll, number one, keep giving us weapons, and number two, to show that we're doing stuff. That was like 2 days ago. I listened to that.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Right now, do you want to be an infantry unit sitting around with no assignment, and all of a sudden, hey, these guys are up here in such and such. They ain't doing nothing. Well, get them on a truck and send them on down. You know, so I mean, think about it. If you know there's some Russians that just go probe at them a little bit, maybe get some mortars launched at you, you know, fall back.
Hey,
We're really trying
civilian,
to fight, sir. We're really putting in the hard fight. We're holding them back. And the Russians are just sitting there like, yeah, okay, whatever.
civilian,
makes sense,
you
though.
use the term negotiations. We need to first define negotiations because you have many different kinds of negotiations. Just look at the defeat of Japan. They negotiate
Perhaps the better word would have been
with the
the
Americans,
war
but it
settlement.
wasn't a real negotiation. Nazi Germany was crushed. It wasn't a real negotiation. And then you have war when the two warring parties are hitting each other, and then they decide to stop, but one of the two has a upper end on the other, and then they negotiate to stop it. But here in this case, just forget about the Ukrainians. It's the backers of the Ukrainians.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Mainly Washington. And the Russians wanted to negotiate directly with Washington just before the war began in 2021. They tried to reach a conclusion, an agreement to prevent the war the Russians launched in 2022. But it failed because Washington didn't want to negotiate anything. They were okay to send a diplomat, a representative, to meet the Russians, talk or just listening. But at the end, there were no agreement. So what will the Russians do? It's the question. If we're talking about negotiations, how
Okay.
can the Russians accept to make any kind of deal with Washington, knowing that Washington will never apply to any kind of agreement, whether it's today or in the next election with another president to decide to scrap everything?
Then again, we must remember that Russia was in no position to negotiate anything.
Oh,
They
Russians
didn't
were
have the
in no
backing.
position. That's why
Wow.
Russia decided to go to
Wow.
war in 2022 and show that they are in position to negotiate anything
Exactly.
because it is a nuclear power. And that's something the West, and especially Washington, decided to neglect. And here are the results. So saying that Russia has nothing to bring to a negotiation table,
It will be, if there
it
is
is
going
an
to be
illusion.
negotiation, it will be negotiation the type of Versailles or Japan, that type of negotiation. You know, on the end of the war,
Yep.
there's no negotiation. You just sign everything. That's it. No negotiation. Medvedev already said it. You know, so many times, and he's presenting hardliners, yes, but there's nothing that Russia can trust any type of negotiation from the West. So there's no use for negotiation. It's funny to talk about it so much because they're already expressing that they cannot trust the West about anything. So why to negotiate with Ukrainians or the West? There's no reason. So they're going, but there's a one big issue that I'm seeing coming up. The reports about the ships, civilian ships over there in Baltic Sea, getting the unmanned boats down the ships in territorial waters and then sending them out supplies to the Ukrainian DRGs. And that's probability of how the Peskov airfield was attacked. Another also on Black Sea, Azov Sea, through the Azov Sea, they send in unmanned boats for the supplies for DRGs. So I'm thinking that there's possibility, even let's say in the next month, Russia completely overruns whole of the Ukrainian. The West won't give up. they will be sending the terrorists and ERGs into Russia indefinitely, because that's not going to cost much, and they can supply them with unmanned submarines or boats. Okay, so I believe they're planning on doing that indefinitely, no matter what happens with the war in Ukraine. They will be doing it. So Russia has to, and I'm thinking they're already thinking about it, and there's nothing they can do about it except really closing off of the western border of Russia, completely closing it off, which is kind of impossible, but that's only possibility.
I want to
I
add about the
mean,
negotiations part. So as long sorry, RL, your there's a background sound from your side. You may want to mute when you're not
I'm
talking.
shaking off my microphone.
So I want to talk about the negotiations. The currently, if you look at both sides, if you are following the Ukrainian narrative, they are talking about them having these great victories, or they are doing really well at Robotine region. Like even the VDV that is redeployed now, which I reported to Robotine, was a result of the Russians running out of reserves. That is the narrative. Of course, I also do not know why there was a redeployment. It could be any reasons. So as long as the narrative between the two sides are very different, you cannot expect negotiations, which is also why the very first peace agreement, the peace deal, supposedly they're supposed to be signed in Istanbul. If you have been following me since then, since the early days, the first 2-3 months, I already mentioned during one of the sit rep or something. I said that this peace deal will not be signed because the narrative is too far apart from the what is going to be signed. Like the because the Russians say that they will withdraw their troops in goodwill then to sign this peace deal. But then while they say that we're going to go and sign this peace deal, but at the same time they are putting out narrative on social media saying no, how they are going to kill off the Russians or whatnot. So it's like the until the narrative start to align, we are not going to see any negotiations. Now the Ukrainians are saying that they are winning. Russians are saying that they are grinding the Ukrainians. So there is no common grounds. It have to be reach a point where, for example, if the Russians are winning, the Russians are saying that okay, we are on the verge of doing a counteroffensive, and the Ukrainians are saying we are running out of soldiers and equipment. We need more. Then you have some kind of a togetherness between the two narratives. Then negotiation is more possible, especially if the NATO side don't want to give the equipment. Then you will see that negotiation is possible because there is no more choice. But now is that the Ukrainians are talking about Slava Ukraine, then it's like forget it, and there is no negotiations. Now, for example, as I covered the current conflict, when I look at Ukrainian side, their narrative about Robotine is really, really positive. Like very, very positive. They are talking about Russia getting grind away. And the reality is that could also be possible, that the Russians are struggling to hold back the Ukrainians. That is a possible thing as well. So I wouldn't look at it just like only Russians are grinding the Ukrainians. I think the Russians themselves are getting grinded at the same time because the Ukrainians are throwing everything at Robotine region at this moment. So like based on just video footages, photos, if you look on both sides, it's actually quite equal. You can see burning Russian tanks. You can also see burning Ukrainian tanks. That the reality is a bit more nuanced, I guess. It's more even because the Ukrainians are just putting so much manpower in that area. So the VDV going there might actually be really they need reinforcements. Or maybe that they're actually holding ground so well they can sense that Ukraine is slowing down and they're going to do a counteroffensive. That could also be possible. But the thing is, we do not know. So, yeah, I just want to put it out here.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
truly, idea why they redeployed this
the
whole
latest
unit
report about Rabotino.
is okay.
There's this
Truth
there's a
is, why did they redeploy the unit? I think that's because of frontline. It had became much bigger, and if you watched one of not a long time ago military summary video, he mentioned the part that now Ukrainians need in Robotyne only like around 5,000 soldaters, and Russia needs for each village near the Robotyne around 3,000 soldaters. So maybe it's because the front line had became, I would say, like a flower. So Russians have to keep more units there. So
Okay, so I will have a counter argument. So, so listen me out. So, we all know that the Russians have around 500,000 troops in Ukraine right now, spread out. Okay, the Russians have multiple lines of defense. If your troops has only you have only enough troops for first line of defense, and if they are getting breached, then you need to pull forces away from a different fronts to reinforce. Then the defense lines behind is all useless. You understand what I mean?
Empty.
It cannot
I
possibly be
mean,
that you build a defense line and you don't have the manpower to man it. That doesn't make sense. Which means that Ukrainians can just do an airborne landing at the rear, and the whole front line will break apart. Which is, I don't think that's the case. So you can't possibly. That's why the VDV redeployment is not usual to me. It's not like what the Ukrainians like to say. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because the Russians clearly have more reserves. But the thing is, you cannot possibly have just one line of troops in that first line of defense and have
yeah,
nothing.
I understand that. But
Okay.
no, here's the thing, that
Latest
maybe those villages behind the Robotyne, they didn't had this full man complex. Like instead of 3,000 what they needed, they had like around 1,000 or 1,500. So not like what you need actually. So this is why
latest
Doesn't make
they
sense.
needed
latest
to
report
I mean, in
redeploy.
latest
all
report
honesty,
about
they don't need that
Robotino
many guys.
is that road towards Verbove, yeah, that towards Verbove, that successful streak by Ukrainians towards Verbove through the road between the defensive lines, is that they're actually piling up more infantry through the trench that goes along the road toward the Verbove. And they're talking about, Russians are talking about intense artillery into the trench. That's actually good communication towards the Verbove. That they're piling up infantry more and more over there, but artillery is just hitting them. So who knows how it's gonna end? And VDV is about possible offensive, and they were saying there's a VDV also on Vremensky Ledge area. So it's not just at Rabotino, but also along the Zaporozhye front. And also there's reports about catching orders to Ukrainian soldiers not to keep Russian POWs, but to shoot them on the spot. And there's even some videos that they did that, and even this interview by Willy OAM, that this guy was saying how they shoot these two Russians that were coming into their trench unarmed. They shoot them up. So there's other Russians surrendering. So it could be that they preparing their Russians are preparing their soldiers for offensive, not to surrender when they go into the attack and then found themselves into the bad position, just like they did surrender in the initial days of when they ran out of fuel and ammo while keep going forward. So they surrendered a lot of times. So this is the incentive to show them that they shouldn't surrender. So it could be a possibility of preparing an offensive.
I mean, truly, if they take, I mean, from military perspective, the Russian tactics in the start of counteroffensive, like in June, when Ukrainians started to capture their first villages, the Russian tactic was pretty same as it was in during the Kherson counteroffensive, because first they retreated back to the to the back defense line. Then they fired whatever they had at the Ukrainians entering their positions. And then they counterattacked from 3 or 4 sides, like from whatever they could, and counterattacked the positions. And you know, it would actually work if Robotina actually would be captured like in the first few days. But from military perspective, it doesn't make sense to capture back Robotina, except political. Like, they took it like only after 3 months, and we captured it back like for a few weeks. So
I have a
I
point.
mean, that isn't really what Russian high command doing on the field. And
So
yeah,
I have an idea on this concept, even though I think this battle is rather irrelevant in general. But just consider the fact, just keep Ukraine occupied for the sake of keeping them in this battle and keeping them committed to one single point of attack. Because Ukrainian focusing on Robotini basically means that Ukraine cannot focus on Donetsk, Avdiivka, Bakhmut, or Kupiansk, or any other regions of the front line, even though there are some attempts. Because if you look at the reports, or some of them, you see that Ukraine is trying to double down on specifically Robotini and expanding it like a flower, rather than diversifying the front line. So occupying them seems to be the way forward, or seems to be the Russian approach in this matter.
Okay, I have a real quick question. How can
Wait,
Russia
wait,
hurt
wait.
Washington?
I want to keep that discussion
Fucking hell, I
alive.
was
Okay.
waiting for a while.
Wyatt, when you say VDV, it makes you some questions because maybe they will counterattack. VDV can also be used for hit and run tactics to even slow down even further the Ukrainian offensive rather than a real offensive or counteroffensive.
That's
Wow.
possible as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
Semilian, you can change topic.
Yeah, what I was
I
going to
mean,
ask is
just
Fucking hell.
before we move, about the parity of casualties, there actually was really struggling situation for Russians in summer, but truth is, it's not in Robotina, it was in Klishevka. And Russians actually managed to send their reinforcements, and Ukraine actually managed to, for a long time, for the first time, to manage parity of casualties like 1-to-1, because there was a lot of Russian casualties too. But truth is, they lost their momentum in Klishivka when the front line in Kupiansk and Swatovo started to bit crack. So they had to send few brigades from the Bakhmut direction and kind of stop their offensive. And at the same time, Russians started to move their reinforcements. I think they put their in Klishivka another 2 brigades, if I'm not sure. But that's
Okay,
all what I
why?
have for that topic.
I
So
was just
quickly,
gonna say
why
real
can you
quick.
put in the super chat real quick from
Which one?
NGS?
This one?
The next one.
This one?
Yeah, this is also something that is quite noticeable. Maybe
yeah,
take this into account in the whole
that's
process
what I
of
was
the offensive. Yeah.
that's what I was going to talk about, and that is how can Russia hurt Washington and put themselves, that being Russia, in a negotiating position where they can actually hurt them without being hurt as much themselves. Because
Who,
nukes
Russia being
hurt
hurt?
them and hurt themselves.
Who,
So
Russia
yeah,
hurting
you gotta
themselves or hurting DC?
Could you repeat
I mean,
that?
like, how can Russia hurt DC without putting themselves in a position where they can be hurt quite as much as they would hurt DC?
It's simple. It's the complete and total defeat of Ukraine. They're not going to stop until Ukraine begs them to stop, and they're still not going to stop. They're going to stop when they want, and that's not going to be till they have Transnistria, they have Odessa, and they have every inch up to at least the Dnieper, and there's no Ukrainian army left. The time for them to put Russia in a position is gone, unless something drastically changed, like NATO went all in and sent ground forces and everything they had, and yeah, maybe you could do that. But right now, there's no reason for Russia to stop. The negotiation will be when Russia decides there's going to be a negotiation. They don't have to do anything.
My personal opinion is that.
I also
Go on, Wyatt. Your
Wyatt,
personal opinion.
go first.
My personal opinion is that the Russians will not go on the offensive anytime soon, because we still have, because you have to look from the Russian perspective. Let's say you have a very good defense line. Yes, you have been slowly getting pushed back, but that is the purpose of the defense line. So there is no reason to push, because the Ukrainians still have a lot of offensive forces. They still have a lot of equipment. Most of the Leopards are still around, and there are Abrams coming in. None of the Challengers are destroyed. So there is still a lot more work to do if you look from a Russian perspective, that you do not want to do a counterattack even anytime now. I'm not even sure if they want to do a counterattack next year, because you and then you're talking about F-16 also going to come in soon. So there is still a lot of grinding work to do, and you do not want to push forward. You do not want to shorten the supply line, the logistic line for the Ukrainians. You want to drag it as long as possible. So the longer the supply chain, the supply line, the Ukrainians have to maintain the logistic lines, the worse it is for them. So there's no reason to attack. Even if you go and dig out the map, the where the so-called Surovikin lines is in Bakhmut, in the Bakhmut front, it's actually way further behind. It's just off Popasna. That was originally where the Russians want to hold the defense. It's just that the Wagner just keep pushing. So now they have to defend a harder to defend place like Klishevka. Klishevka is a very difficult place to defend. So it's like you want them to come. So the Russians will not do a counter-offensive, which means that this war is not going to be over anytime soon. Negotiations will come after Ukraine have zero ways or zero means to do any offensive operations. And at this moment, the Ukrainians still have a lot of equipment left. There is a lot of rumors about they don't have this, don't have that, which is probably true. But if you notice that they also adapted, they use more infantry, and they can use small infantry squads to do the attacks. And then all the armor is sitting far behind just to do fire support. It works too, and in fact, it's more effective than they try to do the tank rush. And then they got stuck in the middle of nowhere and then getting destroyed by ATGMs. So no, it's still far away. That's why, that's just my point of view.
I want to add something. I quickly, sorry for interrupting. Quickly, want to add something on top of that. With what Wyatt mentioned, is that consider is that the two most important parties or countries that want or that would benefit with this war continuing are both the US and China. So for Russia to move slow and then coordinate in order to defeat US, but then also coordinate with keeping China involved and aligned, would benefit Russia too. And then also would mean to extend the war, because focus on Ukraine means no focus in Asia from the US, or no concrete focus. But then the doubling down of Ukraine and its forces in certain areas would mean is that US can keep continuing trying to debunk or trying to destabilize Russia by other means, because it's kind of like buying time and figure out other weaknesses on Russian economies, but also military aspects, and then the general geopolitical sense of it.
I'm not so sure about the United States. I think you can hear more and more voice in United States calling for maybe not an end of the war, but something to take another direction. because their main focus should be China. And what I wanted to say is that regarding the negotiations, we hear more and more. You hear that more and more in Anglo-Saxon sphere, and maybe also in Germany, but not in France. In France, we heard about negotiating with Russians 2 or 3 months ago, with Emmanuel Macron saying that things, but the Ukrainians need to have concrete results on the ground, so the Ukrainians will be in a better position for negotiations. That's what you heard here in France.
Is it better now? Is the position better now?
Of
As
course not. Of course not. It
on the grand
hasn't
scale of
really
things,
changed. If you look at the front line hasn't hugely changed.
honestly,
But
when I
that's
zoom out my map, right, I cannot even see the difference. When I zoom out,
yeah.
it's like everything become very small. It's like, oh, okay, what is the difference? I cannot tell.
Exactly, and the Ukrainians are grabbing 1 or 2 kilometers in that part of the front line. The Russians are grabbing 1 or 2 kilometers in another part of the front line. That's it. But that's what the mainstream media here in France are telling. And about what you hear in the Anglo-Saxon sphere, Anglo-Saxon media, where there is a need to talk, there is a need to stop the war, to reach an agreement, to shift to China, whatever. You don't hear that in France.
This is something I do agree though. So what you do see in Taiwan is that there is more American activity by way of media and or by way of military support, whatever that would mean. What you do see is that the US kind of does want the Ukraine conflict to come to a conclusion, as it might have been planned as a swift and quick destruction of Russia that failed. But the main focus and the main enemy is still China. It's just that Ukraine is keeping the US or preventing the US to fully focus on China at the moment, which is kind of sensible in Taiwan. But then it does for the corporations in the US. Ukraine is still a very big cash cow. So I think there is a misalignment between the US government and the US corporations.
I was
Guys,
going to say, in regards to the United States, I mean, this patch right here, the Z patch, I've been wearing it for like a week. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody says anything about Z, even though we all know Z's been the fucking thing since day one. ZOV. Nobody says anything positive. Nobody says anything negative. If you watch a lot of the media, a lot of people that aren't really politically involved, they don't know anything about the Ukraine war. They know there's a lot of fucking money going out and they don't fucking like it.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying the writing's on the wall for Ukraine. I mean, I can walk around and nobody gives a shit. Nobody knows what it means. Nobody gets mad by what it means.
guys,
And the sentiment in these election times is we need to get done with Ukraine. We need to stop sending money to Ukraine. Ukraine's not doing anything. You know, Ukraine's running out of time. And in a way, Russia's running out of time because they got to get as much done as they can before we just flat out leave.
Did they call you Zorro?
About your Z thingy, maybe your fellows will think it might be the Z from Zorro.
Oh yeah, they probably think it's anything but that. Like I said, I mean, that's not good for Ukraine because people don't like, oh, you fucking Russian, or oh yeah, go Russia. They don't even care. All they care about is, hey, all I hear is another 24 billion going there, and I'm looking around. There's homeless people laying in the street.
guys,
I mean, that shit's.
Yeah.
I want to follow.
I mean,
up
I guarantee if I walked around in Europe with this, somebody'd probably jump my ass and beat me. But in America, it's like all they care about is the money.
Guys, I want to follow up on something Atreo said. What Atreo said was they wanted something quick, and that was 100% true. They thought that the sanctions would bring down Russia. It would be something quick, easy, and painless. It didn't turn out that way. Now we fast forward a year and a half later, and the U.S. economy is in shambles. People don't realize how badly the U.S. economy is. When you have, when you're dusting off Henry Kissinger to send him over to China to beg for money and to prop you up, that's a problem. Like when you read the newspapers, you're going to start to read a lot more about CRE defaults, commercial real estate. There is a boatload of commercial real estate in the U.S. right now that's on the brink of going, bad and underwater. And if they keep raising rates, which they have to, because it's not helping out with inflation at all, so they're effectively in this kind of situation of stagflation. The more they raise rates, the more bad debts they're going to be. The whole house of cards comes down. The U.S. is not in good shape right now, folks.
Yeah, you walk around like downtown Louisville, and I'm probably not even exaggerating. There's literally probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of square feet available.
Yeah.
Prime downtown shit.
Yeah.
I mean,
about that topic of economics, very, very important.
Yep.
Yeah, COVID helped too because everybody wants to work remote, so nobody wants to be in an office or pay for rent. So, they've emptied out a lot of places.
If you look at the official numbers, official kind of prediction numbers, forecasting numbers of economic growth for this year, you see that Russia is above 2% of growth. You see Germany, UK kind of recession, or maybe a 0.5% increase of growth. Most of European countries are around 0.5, 1.5 growth. And China is at maybe 5, 5.5, we don't know about, kind of. But if you analyze what that growth means in terms of every country's situation, in United States, the growth is mainly due to what the Fed is doing. And if you analyze the growth of Russia or maybe China, is because they are producing real things.
Yeah.
Something that you can touch. Physical reality.
Why we should do a panel dedicated entirely to the U.S. economy, because it's big enough and there's that many factors going on right now. We could easily fill up a panel on it. I'm sure of it.
Also, it is important enough. Many people don't understand the importance of the American economy on geopolitical stage or international stage. So there have been many people who have been talking about the de-dollarization, but I think it gets speculated out of proportion, so much so where people think, oh, the U.S. economy is going to collapse and the de-dollarization is the absolute detrimental to the U.S. But that's because the moment allows it to, as to where you get the freedom to speculate. But the problem is that many people seem to not really understand how powerful the dollar really is. And then the consequences of a United States economic recession in regards to particularly the West, but then also on a more international stage. So I think an economic panel with the focus on the US would help clarify a lot of things.
Just to add one thing about what Atreyo just said. It's because the power of the US dollar is so great, so immense, that you see countries that want to challenge it. Because having US dollars needed for transactions between two countries that has nothing to do with America or the West, like, I don't know, Pakistan wanted to trade something with a country in Africa, they use US dollars. That's in a such way that US dollars, the currency, is also a good that is needed. And that power system built around the US dollars, around the currency, allows the United States to just print money via treasury bonds and other meanings. And that privilege of having a currency which is used worldwide because it's more liquid, because it allows for some security, because it allows whatever, is something that other center of power like China don't like. Even if they use it, and they use it pretty cleverly, they don't like that because they count themselves just issuing bonds without really producing anything to finance their war machine. And that's the problem of USA, because they are looking for global hegemony. Global
I can
hegemony everywhere on the planet. They now use US dollars as a weaponizing tool, and that's the beginning of its fall.
I can share how to understand US dollars. For example, two different person. So one have a lot of eggs, chicken eggs. The other one have a lot of potatoes. So but this person who have a lot of potatoes, he want to buy chicken eggs. So he only have potatoes. That's all he have. If you so he want to take the eggs and then give him a pack a whole big bag of potatoes. The chicken egg person was like, why do I want what do I want to do with so much potato? What can I do with it? They just way too much potatoes. It's useless to me. And that's why there is currency. That's why there's money. And
Just made French
internationally
fries.
that is yeah. So but the thing is the internationally that's the situation now, because why would you want Chinese yuan? Why would you want to use rubles? For example, you give me rubles now is as good as waste paper. I can't use it, I can't exchange it, nobody wants it. The same thing as Chinese yuan, nobody wants it. And this is the problem, because international trade is all in US dollars. So no, when you trade and do business in US dollars, at least your US dollars, when you take it, you can still go and buy other things. These things can still do something with it. If not, then if you take any other currency, like you get the Iranian money or the Indian rupee, what can you do with it? It's like a bag of potatoes, and then it's like, who want to trade? Who want to buy anything from you? Or who want to sell anything to you for potatoes? No, that is a problem.
But Wyatt, here is the thing. You can't do
The
anything.
benefit
Rupee,
of using
ruble. Wait, I just finished and then I will let you
the
talk.
benefit of using the US dollar is in pricing. You find the pricing for the whole world, so you know how much value you'll get from it. That's why the benefit of using the US dollar is. Danger of using the US dollar is because you need to borrow the money to buy US dollars, because you don't make US dollars. Any other country don't makes US dollars unless it sells something for the US dollar. That's how it makes money. So basically, they have to borrow US dollar when you buy something from US, which is mostly movies, entertainment, YouTube, advertising, Twitter, all those social networking fees. That's how you need to buy those dollars in order to pay for that. So you borrow it. The danger of it comes when you have to refinance that debt. That's when they can blackmail you. There's no danger in just using US dollars. It's when they cut you off of the SWIFT. That's the danger of the US dollar. It's not by using it. There's some loss because US is using the dollar to raise its own value, and you can even see it's so counterintuitive. When they print more money, the value of the US dollar goes up. It's funny, but it's like that.
There
It's
is
happened
nothing
so many
funny in that.
times in last 15 years. uh, and what they do with that that is they need less dollars to buy your products that you're trying to sell to US. So they need less dollars to buy it. So it makes it cheaper for the US citizens to buy it. But it's basically they don't need how to say they don't need US never needs to sell bonds to finance the US spending deficit. It's a deficit, and a Fed will take care of it. It's automatic. They never think about it. It's not. It doesn't need to get money from China or anything like that. That's completely unimportant. What happens is that when you need to buy something from US, okay, or you sell it, all that dollars never come to you. It comes to your account at the Fed. Basically, all the dollars that are used for international trade stay. You have at your central bank, you have a record about it, and you can use it as a base to borrow from someone else. That's about it. But it cannot cross the border. It always stays only at the Fed. So it doesn't matter, do you have the dollars in that account, or you get a bond that will earn some income. Okay, so it doesn't matter for the United States.
Yeah, that's for the
Are you
United
gonna
States
keep
point of
those
view.
dollars in their account? Yes, exactly. But you're saying how the
and that's
dollarization was so dangerous and all
and
of that. No, it's not that.
but
It's
that's the problem. That's the problem. It was in the 70s or in the 80s where an American officials say to the Europeans and to the rest of the world, our dollar is our business. The consequences of it is your business. And today you have powerful countries, you have emerging countries who begin to think this is not okay. This is not fair. As you mentioned, the amount of dollar is growing, and parallel to it, its value is also growing. This is cheating. Actually, no, the amount of US dollars you have everywhere in the world, if you accumulate it and count it, there is more US dollars money than the entire value of the planet. This is not okay for some people. And Wyatt, you said, if I have rupee, if I have rubles, if I have Iranian money, what can I do? I can do nothing with that. You can't do anything with that. But for Russia, having yuan is something great because it's their main partner.
Yep.
And paying to the Chinese in yuan is very good. For the Indians and for the Chinese to have rubles is very good because
this
they
is
can
the whole
buy.
point of BRICS.
Exactly.
That's why this is the whole point of BRICS. So the BRICS is to trade more among themselves, and to the point where you don't need to use the US dollar.
Outside US dollars. It's to trade between themselves outside US dollars. That's something very specific. Even if BRICS decided to make a new currency or not, it's to trade between
but you
themselves
cannot know the
outside US
pricing
dollars.
of the items.
So this is why the
the
challenge of BRICS. This is the challenge of BRICS. That's what
the most important thing is to find the pricing.
Whoever have the power to become that reserve currency of, or even the majority reserve currency of the new BRICS dollar, or they just choose one of the currency, they will become immensely powerful. They will be like the second United States, which is why when we look at BRICS, we need to understand that even among these BRICS country, I think minus South Africa is not powerful enough, but Brazil, India, China, Russia, they are also competing among each other. It's still a geopolitical competition to take control of BRICS. So if you look at the maneuvers between Russia and China particularly, and maybe a little bit of India, they are outside of BRICS, they are still making move geopolitically. They're trying to pull more friends into their own influence. Like China is doing, they have their own Central Asia summit thingy. Like no, but these countries used to be all under Russian influence. So it's like there's a lot of things that there's a lot of competition even within BRICS. So I think this is the interesting part that I want to highlight, and also urge people to keep a lookout for, because it's not so sunshine and rainbow all in BRICS. BRICS is, they are just the anti-US or anti-West coalition, but among themselves they're actually no difference from Middle East. Everybody hate each other and they want to kill each other. So yeah.
Yeah,
And also
It's just a
but
political
that's the
bloc.
purpose, as you said. It's against the West in general and USA part in particular. And because the West, and especially United States, had decided to fuck up with the rest of the world. Otherwise, China, Russia, India, Brazil, and South Africa will not make a forum, an organization, a formal organization, to build something against the West, where you can see many other countries wanted around the globe, wanted to join in. It's not an exclusive club based on racial thing, where you can see that ping gas. Oh, come on. And I mean, if you look at the G7, if you look at NATO, if you look at European Union, you can clearly state that it's based on specific ethnics. While you see the BRICS, you see the entire world in its diversity. Even more so with 6 new members in it. And it's not a union where you have a supranational organism decided for every countries, and every country has to apply that. No, it's not like the European Union. It's each country stays what it is, even if it has issues, conflict with another member, like China and India, for instance. But it allows them to just meet together and decide things not just for them, not just for their opponent, but also for the rest of the group. And that's, in my point of view, the strength of the BRICS.
So I have a follow up on this. So, or rather, a different perspective, in the sense that Ukraine helped the empowerment of the BRICS, as to where Russia and China, they are both very powerful nations, of which China is the more powerful nation between the two. And then you would be able to consider China a near peer to the US, as to where their GDP are very close to each other. Their capacities of economic output and purchase power parity, or the PPP, is also much more closer. China and the US are considered peers, but they are on opposite ends of each other. And then if you consider BRICS, where as to where Russia, Brazil, South Africa, they now all have more or less a common opponent, or a common interest, as to where the US needs to be powered down and or defeated indirectly for these nations to want and to be able to develop. So kind of like a power balance into a more stable or better protected multipolar world.
I mean, a trio, it's kind of easy. You just need to remove the US dollars at its main kind of thermometer to measure everything in a currency. If you can remove that, if you can remove the need for countries, companies around the world to have US dollars, then United States will not be able to price everything as it suits, will not be able to issue treasury bonds as it suits. It will need to work by itself to finance its military-industrial complex, to finance its upper hand in international commerce, its position in the financial institutions, and so on. And naturally, United States will shrink
But
to a
the
smaller
United States doesn't need to
dimension,
sell the
to a
bonds
smaller,
finance all
to a
that.
smaller importance, and let other countries like China, India growing.
Does
I was going to say the other thing too. I think
Russia
maybe
pay
it's
its
hindsight is
soldiers
2020,
in
but
dollars?
unexpected
Does it pay
consequences would be.
Russia can do
Does
it.
Russia pay its soldiers?
in a
Does it need to
special way.
sell oil to pay its soldiers? It doesn't need to sell oil to pay its ammunition, weapons, soldiers to finance its war. Russia doesn't need to sell oil, doesn't need to export in order to pay there, because it doesn't pay them in yuan, doesn't pay them in dollars, doesn't pay them in pounds. Okay, do you understand how simple is that? It doesn't
just print
pay
money.
in foreign
Actually, it
currencies
makes
their
it.
own expenses.
But that's
If they
Russia.
have all the import
Russia.
substitution, if they have, they sell the oil and grain because they want friends. They want friends in the world. That's why they sell oil and grain to others.
Jordan.
Not because they need money, it's because they need friends. They sell it cheap to them. That's what they do.
Jordan, Russia is in a very specific position. Russia is in a very specific position. It is the biggest landmass, the first grain sellers, oil, gas, every minerals, Mendeleev table, they have everything. So they can base their money to pay people. Of course, and Russia is even using that by having a slower value of its ruble, because oil is labeled in
but
US
same
dollars.
Thing United States,
they got more money in
someone
ruble.
else's dollars to pay their own soldiers.
So I want, can I cut in? So
That's not
it's
every
with United
country.
States doesn't
It's
need
because
to sell
Russia
bonds.
can do it, and that's why Russia thinks itself, and I finish there, thinks itself that it has its own gravity. It doesn't need to be under pressure of another organization like the United Nations or whatever. Russia thinks it's strong enough to be what it wants to be. Simple as that.
I would say that it's not about the bonding. No, the bond is just one of the methods to to just get the money to circulate. Is as long as there's trade, it also works. So like for Russia's case, they don't really need to sell bond per se because they are already selling all the oil. And the best part is it's priced in US dollars, which when they depreciate their currency, because after that it was like a $1 to 100 rubles kind of thing. Then after that it's like they literally just double their income because they are paying everyone in rubles. And what is rubles? Rubles is just money they can print themselves. So by selling that and then they print the money, they're paying the soldiers for free. But these are economics which I wouldn't say that I'm an expert, but I just want to say welcome Predak Petrovich. This is his first time on the open mic. Do you want to introduce yourself first?
Hello, I'm Predak Petrovich. I'm from Serbia.
You gotta turn your volume up.
Wait, I adjust him up.
Okay, it's like you are talking
muffled
from a tube. You are
You're
inside
muffled.
the tube.
You need a better mic.
Hold on, I'll try to fix it.
Yeah, it's very muffled.
It's difficult to understand you. It's very difficult to understand you.
Yeah. The microphone is muffled. It's very muffled. It's like you're wearing a mask to talk. Kind of thing.
Check
Well,
it.
how about now?
There you go. Good stuff.
Yeah, settings.
All right.
Hi guys, I'm Predak Petrovich. I'm from Serbia. 40 years old, firefighter, long fan, Wyatt. Cheers, brother.
Yeah. We are the same
So,
age,
yeah.
man. I'm also 40.
Hey, I was just gonna say, I mean,
Kako si, Pedro?
Hvala, brate, veoma dobro.
I was just gonna say, I think one of the, it's hindsight's 2020, but if the United States and the West had just not helped Ukraine and they had capitulated early, BRICS probably wouldn't be in the position that it's in now. So by extending the war and weakening Europe, it gave the world time to see Russia as a strong man and maybe somebody they want to get behind. And once they win the war, I think you're going to see a lot more people make that move. But I mean, if they had just let Ukraine die on the vine and, gave up, the three regions, and they probably could have kept Odessa, Transnistria probably would have still been landlocked. BRICS wouldn't have near the fucking, step up it has now. Because now everybody's had a year to see, Russia's beaten NATO. They've got all this territory. They haven't really given anything up. Nothing they throw at them seems to really affect them. Their economy's growing. They're making new friends, new deals. I mean, I think a lot of that has to do with the confidence of their performance. And I think if they seal the deal in Ukraine, I mean, not like an avalanche, but I think you'll see a lot of people make a move to that just because they want to make money and have stability. They don't want to have their livelihood and their entire country at the whim of some president who might or might not like who you like. So now all of a sudden you get sanctioned and shit, or somebody wants to develop a nuclear power plant. Oh, it's like people are tired of that shit. So I think it's obvious to see now, but it was a fuck up to support Ukraine because, granted, if it would have worked out and Ukraine had turned the tables on Russia with all this equipment and won, it'd be different. But I don't think anybody realistically from the time of these open mics and all the mapping has ever honestly thought Ukraine had a shot to beat Russia, maybe slow them down and negotiate something. But I don't think anybody's ever thought they were going to beat Russia to the point where they would, BRICS would die and everything else, and the U.S. would maintain its homogeny uncontested.
Yeah, but to be honest, Ukraine's chances are much better than it was in 2014.
Well, I just want to.
So are Russia's though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
But
what
not,
do you mean by in a better
Russia's
position?
Well,
But
in 2014,
also
Ukraine
Russia's
was
chances
plagued
to survive sanctions are much better.
Well, I just want to follow up on something, Vaughn. A point
Russia
Vaughn made.
wouldn't survive the sanctions from Europe in 2014. That's the problem.
Euro dollar is so laggy. Oh my god.
I actually agree with you.
Yeah, I also agree because truth is this is, last time we was talking about the problem of Russia and this political wage in government between army and government, and I mean that's where this I would say system of government, when they don't do risky moves, actually saved Russia. Because if they actually invaded, this would be a creep out for Russian economy.
Yeah, I think it's also people misunderstand, or rather, people tend to live too much in the concept of here and now, rather than long-term perspective or potential conflicts. Basically, the U.S. has planned this over a course of a very long time, rather decades. So Russia is also doing the same. In 2014, they basically figured that they were not ready to confront Ukraine in a conflict if the West were to be involved. And then the West already figured that Russia would make such a move. But they made how do you say that, the Minsk agreements, in order to give Ukraine more time to build up and train, but then also to pull in Russia into the war at a later stage. The problem is that Russia took much more time, as to where Russia was now also preparing economically, but also politically, in order to counter the Western maneuver. So Russia has also anticipated on this, and then US and Russia in this case are basically playing the game for long term rather than just what's happening on the ground right now.
Nunya, go.
Well, I don't even
If I
remember
may
what I was going to say now.
say,
I just. Go
if
ahead,
I may
Gary.
say about 2000, if I may say about 2014, Russia was importing chicken, is importing grain. Now they're exporting grain, they're exporting chicken, eggs, all that. It's such a huge difference in timing. Russia wasn't ready about Western sanctions on them. It wasn't.
Plus, if you think about
it
it,
needed this time to do import some and expand its production to become more independent and all of that. Yes,
yeah, I mean,
militarily, Ukraine was almost devastated militarily in 2015, but now it's so much worse economically. So that's the thing, and Russia is ready and made the Sarmat. Okay, put it into military use now. Now it's activated, ready to be fired. So it's definitely Russia used its time since 2000, since Putin get into power. They really advanced incredibly in the organizational skill, in everything.
A couple months ago, there was an interview by Putin where he was talking about how, 10 years ago, they started modernizing their military industrial complex, which is probably right around 2014. They realized they needed to get things together if they were going to deal with their problems. And then, like you said, they've basically spent the last 10 years up until, 9 years, I guess, up to 2022, basically getting ready. And Ukraine used the Minsk agreement to get as ready as they could. But, Russia's already, got a head start by, in every category by the hundreds, if not thousands of vehicles or aircraft or whatever. So all they could do is train people.
Also in 2014, the West also wasn't ready to be so opposed against Russia.
I think if Hillary had gotten elected in 2016, they would have made a move then. Because Russia was still early in, because she's crazy. They would have. I think she would have made a move in her administration.
Yes, certainly, but you have to understand that in 2014, European and Russian economy were really tight. Russian providing natural resources, not just gas and oil, but natural resources to Europe and European companies, especially German companies in industry like Krupp, like I don't know, big German BASF, 3M,
Fuck
and
the
so
EU.
on.
Nobody asked Europe.
But because the economy were too much. When you see in the last sanctions, European sanctions, where European companies had to left Russia, you got many companies saying, "Oh, it will be a big loss," and they had to comply. But you see, it was huge money for European companies in Russia, like Auchan, which is a brand of supermarket. The first supermarket in Russia was Auchan, a French company. Renault, the Renault Group, Russia was its second biggest market. They left it, but it was huge money involved. And because
so
Russia
now China
is Russia,
just drive.
Yeah, now you see Chinese
China
car
car.
invading the market.
Stupid
but
that.
What is the strength of Russia? because it's big, because it has all the resources it has, they were able to build corp, agriculture field, chicken, pork, cows, make their own cheese with French engineers specialized in making cheese, going in Russia to learn them how to make cheese.
I
And
want
you
to
see,
One thing, real quick.
and
Yeah,
you
Go
see
ahead.
Russians now making their milk product, their cheese, their meat product, their corn, their own food. Not everything, of course, but a big part of it. It's because Russia has the ability to do it because it has huge landmass.
and this is also very
Enormous
I
important.
market.
also
Not every
want to
country is able to do what Russia has done.
true,
And
and
they
then I
didn't
also want
decided to
to
develop those sectors, specific sectors, because, as you mentioned, they wanted to be friend with the West. If Russia is now able to build its own machine, why being tied with the West?
So
And that
I
was
also
the
want to
old
talk.
deal. Russia providing natural
Go ahead,
resources
Atreyu.
to Europe at a very tiny price, and Europe providing to Russia everything it produced.
and
And
I
now
want to
it's
add also.
finished. And now
I want
Russia is
Go.
turning to China and to India for those things that Russia don't have. That's
I
why
want
it's very important for the Russians to have
so
rupees and yuan,
but
like
so which is
other
why I want to
BRICS
tie back.
countries.
That's why I want to
Because
tie it back to the BRICS, the BRICS dollar, the new alternate reserve currency thing, because you have to become a superpower. You have to be a superpower or have the potential to be a superpower to have a reserve currency. A country like Russia is very similar to the United States. They have all the resources, they have everything. So, and especially for the situation Russia is, which means that everybody have to buy natural resources from them. That that means that they can be the currency that price everything. They can be the basis for everything because they are the base, the foundation of everything that must be produced come from all these natural resources, which is why
Okay.
rubles is very uh, have a very high potential, especially they are always has been an openly traded currency, so they have a high potential of becoming that reserve currency, which China do not have that potential, despite they are supposedly bigger and more powerful, but they are in the middle, you see, in terms of the supply chain. But at the very root is Russia, which is why Russia have this potential to become the superpower that they used to be as part of the USSR, and Semilon or Atrio, I don't know who.
Atreyu, go first, and then I'll tie it up with something.
Okay, yeah. I quickly want to add another dynamic. Just consider chip technology. Let's throw this into the mix, and then go Semyon.
Okay. What I was going to say is something interesting, and I wanted to tie it up with what Wyatt just said. Sorry, Atreyu, I won't mention the chips. You'll have to mention it yourself. Uh, but is that is expanding to countries that control the first step of the production line, which is the basic materials, like the basic resources that are not processed. That's where they are expanding. I want you all to take that into account. I don't know about South Africa. I don't know what South Africa does, but
they
yeah.
do many things.
Yeah.
In military stuff, they have a military industrial complex. They are one of the biggest
About
gold
reserve
producers.
currency. About
Yeah, go on.
about
Euro.
reserve currency. You see, when the dollar was becoming residency, they had to print so much money to give it to others so they can use it. So when people talking about reserve currency, how dollars are now printed en mass and is just being devalued because they printed in so much, you can imagine how much they printed while they were becoming reserve currency. That's when they were giving so much money out to others so they can buy products from them. That was 70s when the US switched from exporting stuff to importing more stuff. Uh, until then, they had to lend dollars, basically printed, in order to exist outside in the world in order to be used. So any currency now that needs to be replaced that needs to be become reserve currency to add to replace dollar, they have to print it massively in order to have it enough to do trade with it. So do you understand how beliefs about currency are so propagandized about printing money and all of it? When you use it, in order to use it, to have more people to use it, you need more of it. So whoever does it, a ruble or a yuan, I think yuan has more. Chinese have more prospect of becoming a reserve currency because more people buying from more countries buying from China than from Russia. That when you need to buy from someone, you need their currency. So it's much more easier for China, even though it doesn't have resources, but it's basically using much more for trading, for exchanging their products. They basically buying a lot of resources from the rest of the world and then selling them. Basically, yuan is much more needed than a ruble. Ruble is, yes, important for resources, in order to spread the resources, but mostly to China now. China is going to switch from other suppliers more to Russia. But they need to develop more transportation connection. And this bridge that they opened recently over the River Amur is one of those important connections between Russia and China. There will be more bridges to connect them in the future, and pipelines to connect them. And that's where basically Russia will mostly trading with Kazakhstan, Belarus, China, and India. That's it. They won't have more need to trade, while the China is trading with the whole world. So it's much easier for them to
I have another
reserve currency
dynamic I
because
want
the
to
rest
add
of them
into
need
this.
yuan to trade in it.
Russia is commercing a lot with Brazil, not in oil, not in gas, but in fertilizer. And it will become even more with Argentina inside the BRICS, with Egypt inside the BRICS. Every country which has some agricultural production need fertilizers. And Russia is a big player also there. And for that, it can reach commercial connections with countries in Latin America, with countries in Africa, with countries in Asia, not just with Central Asian countries and China.
So Asia
Russia has a potential for business with every country in the world, because every country in the world needs something that Russia produces.
Did you guys see what China did to Russian car industry?
No.
What Russian car industry? There is no Russian car industry. Russia is producing gas, was other things, and most of those companies are already part of a bigger automotive industry group like Stellantis, former Renault Group, or Volkswagen Group, or Mercedes Chrysler Benz, or the Japanese. I mean, it's always a collaboration. The only thing Russians are producing 100% inside house is UAZ, which is a former tank factory manufacturing old Russian cars that are still the same, about the same signs 60 years ago, like a Buhanka, like their Jeep, and other cars that is manufacturing, the modern one, are always in collaboration with other industries, car manufacturers.
But you mentioned Renault. So when Renault left Russia, Russian factory inherited all the designs and you literally have now Lada that is same like Dacia Duster, same
Yeah,
everything except the badge.
because Renault decided to left Russia because of sanctions and whatever, and
And they are
Russia
left
said,
with technology and
yeah, and Russia says, okay, no problem, I give you 1 ruble, 1 ruble, and now go left our country, and they took all the factories, all the machines, all the people, Russian who were working there, and for some parts, they had to wait several months or years to find a solution to replace it, because it's not as easy to replace a component in a machine, because sometimes you don't have the exact same component with the exact same dimension, so you need to change everything around it. That's what happened with Lada. But now, after several years, they are able to, they were able to replace everything. But it takes times in the industry. Just look at the Ladas. After the sanctions, you could buy a Lada without airbags, because no more airbags. But now they managed to redesign everything so they can place an airbag components coming from another origin.
Yeah,
But
I
it
saw
takes
some
time.
stories too where they some of the other manufacturers that left, they left everything. And so like basically China stepped in and I guess made some minor modifications to the equipment, and now they're just producing, a Chinese Russian car, a Chinese car in a Russian factory. And there's they got, it looks like they got some basic models like sedans and crossover or SUV type cars, and truck, utility trucks and stuff. So there might have been like a slow, like a stop while they adjusted their supply chains, but I mean that was probably pretty easy to do because it was coming from China. They just had to, like you were saying, some of that stuff they might have just changed the badges on the car. They just get all the material for the car from China now. And I think they even had engineers from China come in and help them reset everything. So, and that's within the start of the SMO and the sanctions packages. They've made, I don't know how well they're running or how much they're producing, but they've already turned them around. And they even had a picture of they had like a truck, like a sedan crossover than like a sedan. 3 different types of cars you could buy, and I don't know what the prices were, but I'm sure they were fairly reasonable for Russia. They didn't look like anything
Same
crazy.
with the Iranians.
I want to. Wait. Sorry, I'm stopping everyone. I want to come back on Europe because I have a question or a comment for him, as to add to the economic dynamic or the economic sphere of influence. So we all know countries have industries and or resources that are very exponential to their economy, and therefore they can actually exploit power in a way. So I have a theory that adds to that, but in a different perspective. So I call it artificial resources. So you have countries that produce particular kinds of products that can be exploited in the same way they are resources. So for example, semiconductors or rather chip technology can be such kind of artificial resources, as to where particular companies who have a very tight grip on this type of technology and or the advancements within the technology, they can make a difference as to where they can portray a kind of power projection onto the geopolitical, maybe international stage, as it is an artificial resource of sorts. Jure, comment, please.
But we can see with the globalization that it's not important who can block someone from buying from you. You're talking about if, let's say, United States can block Russia from buying from them. It cannot block them because they can just ask Brazil, "Oh, can you buy it from us and then ship it to us? We'll send you the money." So basically, with globalization, with speed of transport. There's no limitation for the for anyone to import anything, basically, except top-notch, secret technology that's like limited in the scale of production. So they decide who can buy it first. But basically, everyone with globalization, everyone is trying to make factories that are creating economies of the scale. So they sell to more to have more and more market, so they can optimize the production with it lower the price. So basically, each country will look for something that can help that industry to create economies of the scale, which means larger company can have more effect on other suppliers like Walmart, because it's such a huge supplier. It can blackmail their suppliers for the lower price, because everyone wants to be a supplier to Walmart, so they can like bid lowest prices to buy. So when you have a huge market, you can let's say when you have a huge company, you can have accounting for you for like every sector of the company, every part, it's fully utilized. But if you have like when you have a small company, you need to have accountant, but he's just like working half time, because there's not enough for accountant, because it's a small company, not much enough for. But you have to have accountant, you have to have that supplier, you have to have that producing this type and this. But huge companies have that's called economy of the scale. They can utilize fully their departments, and with ease of transportation over the whole world, the speed of communication enables that one country will specifically produce this and this easier, because they conquer the market. You see, it's because of the size, they can produce it cheaper. So you have like a specific but large countries like United States, like China, like Russia, they have enough of their own market to have those economies of the scale. That's the benefit of those having the huge markets. Let's say you're producing very niche product, like a really specific product that very small number of people need it percentually. But if you have a market of 300 million people, you can produce that specific stupid toy that only some particular people want, and you can still make a living out of it. That's the benefit of in a huge market. That's economy of the scale that everyone tries to create for their own country. And if smaller countries like Belgium, like let's say Spain or Britain, they're looking for bigger markets in order to create those economies of the scale for themselves. That's why they specifically produce this and that. And EU is doing that for the all members. They actually dictating each country what they're gonna produce, what kind of sector of the economy they will work on, and they will expand that, because
So
they want
expertise.
to have economies of the scale for each country to enjoy. Yes,
So
expertise too.
expertise economy. Yeah. So before I jump in, Simeon, go.
Okay, I'll do my closing now, and I want to introduce a practice for myself, and you all can join whenever you're doing closing, and that is to give that one piece of dad advice, essentially. And my dad advice of the day will be the following. Guys, Something that is rather important is for life is to learn not to talk but to listen. The wise man is not the man that talks the most. The wise man is the one that knows when to talk and knows when to listen. In any case, guys, with that piece of that advice, I'll be dropping off. Have an excellent day and goodbye.
I thought he's saying
Yeah.
Okay.
So
give a piece of bad advice. I was like,
yeah. No. So for Yurik, I want to respond on what you said earlier. So I was actually mainly aiming more at expertise economy, as to where the blocking of a particular country from buying certain things doesn't really help, because there's always going to be loopholes and or via routes. I'm very well aware of it. So I'm more aiming at the concept of expertise economy, up to a point where expertise is an exploitable resource, as to where you are unique and or expert enough as to where others cannot exploit the same way as you do, and therefore you have a resource that can be used as a political or economic tool in order to persuade other countries. So more in that direction.
So, Atreya, you have to understand that expertise itself is ideologically driven,
Expert.
especially if you have experts
No.
coming from Western world. They are not working to improve a state or a nation. They are there to improve corporations, private corporations, which in the West have the power, the real power in United States, in France, in UK, in Germany, are private corporations or investors like BlackRock. So that's why they want an economy of scale, where they decided that in that country
Those
will produce this, and this product and services. And in another country, it will be this and that. A real country that want to be sovereign, like Russia, like China, like India, they want to do what they want to do. And if the need is to be able to produce everything, they will do everything to make it possible, whether it's a success or not. Russia absolutely want to keep
actually those economies of the scale,
cheap industries,
those
even if that
those
cheap
eco-
industry is
but you're
in
not
Russia
explaining
is not.
anything. I don't understand what you're talking
Wait,
about.
let me finish. Let me finish first, and no problem. Russia want to keep a chip industry, even if Russian chip is not very good, very whatever. They absolutely want to have one,
It's not true.
whatever the application also. But compared to other Chinese semiconductor or Taiwanese semiconductor, they are far behind. But Russia is doing everything to keep something, because that's their will, and they have the means for it. They want the
Yeah, but
space
they are
program, even if they have failed with Luna 25. They still have that, and they will still invest and put money to have the knowledge and to have the capabilities. But not every country is able to do that. And that's also my thinking about the BRICS. You have it's like a beacon, of light for every country that want to have a new organization of the world, which today is dominated by Western countries. And they see Russia, China, and to a certain extent Brazil and India as new form of will, a will of each countries to not be under the decision of something higher, which is actually controlled by the Westerners. They don't want that. They don't want to have a country, a nation, a region where the laws are dictated by private companies, which is what you see in the West. In European Union, they make laws for big private companies. In China, they want the Chinese political system to manage everything. In India, it's the Indian elites who want to manage everything in India. In Russia, they don't want to receive laws and rules and way of thinking and way of how the society is managed with LGBTQ. They don't want that. They don't want that. In Brazil also, Brazilians want to be the biggest boss in Brazil.
Yeah, but you
And
have
in
parts of
Africa and in
USA that also doesn't want that kind of narrative.
oh, I mean, of course, they are the
To
leaders.
answer
They want to
Andrea,
stay the
this
leaders.
this economies of scale create such specific expertise, but basically expertise cannot be blocked from exporting because people can move and being offered better pay to move to another country and produce it there. That's what's happening. That's what China did. That's why you can see many moving to China, because they bring in their expertise, because you cannot block the people from moving, even though you're trying to block technologies from moving to another country. But yeah, it's China. That expertise can be paid because people carry the expertise. Of course, there's some patents that are difficult to transfer. I mean, whole technology is difficult to transfer. It needs to be learned over time, and everything can be learned presently just given enough time. So you can see that China is taking those cheap technologies and succeeding in how say catching up. It's still lagging, but it's catching up slowly. It's not just not enough it's not producing enough for its own needs. Also, Russia kept its chip industry. It's not successful, but it's still doing something, and they will
It's not true.
succeed over time. You know.
So for the chip industries, the reality is that you have a few titans spread around on the world, but the titans are not the standard. It's actually the smaller companies, and then Russia fits into the smaller and mid section of the industry. So Russia and their chip manufacturing, they are quite capable and it's quite stable. They are unchallenged in their respective fields, and then they are self-sufficient in their respective fields. The difference is that if you compare it to a titan such as TSMC, Intel, Samsung, or Hynix, then you are going to try to fill an extremely exproportionate gap that is very much unrealistic. So it's like comparing Rwanda with the American economy. It's unfair and it's unreasonable, simply because there is a very big delta between the two nations and their respective economies. Yeah.
What are the barriers and the challenges then if you said that they've got the capability there, what's the challenge then to scale up? Is it just the human capital or what?
So it depends. In current conditions, so Russia has or the Russian semiconductor industry has a particular field of expertise, and then particular industries that they are mainly focused on. So if they want to expand, they need to invest in that expansion and therefore step out of their comfort zone. So you have various types of chips that need particular designs in order to be energy efficient, but then also be capable enough in order to function. So for example, if you look at a company like Intel, they are a very dominant and powerful company in the chip manufacturing industry, simply because the dies that they consider not capable enough for a particular node section, they don't get rid of it. They actually refurbish it into another potential chip. So they basically how to say it. So you have the Intel Core 9s and such chipsets. So basically, what Intel does is that for the i9s, if they don't meet expectations, they just repurpose it into a potential i7 or an i5. So actually, they try to utilize that, what they consider not good enough for one section, but still capable enough for another section. So they are in a constant repurposing of chipsets. So they have very efficient ecological system within their chip manufacturing, but then also within their design language, because Intel doesn't only produce chips, but they actually own chips, in contrast to other manufacturing companies such as foundries. So Russia would need to approach certain aspects in this fashion, and then the chip architecture would also make a significant difference. It's because architecture is very important. If you look at AMD, but then NVIDIA, which are fabless companies, also the Exynos and those kinds of manufacturers, they don't technically produce their own chips. They have foundries that do it, but they own the architecture. So this is also something that needs to be redeveloped or exponentially be invested in Russia.
Okay.
Hey, Trejo, if they're recovering like, aircrafts or missiles or rockets or vehicles, with it, let's say they can pull chips out of them and stuff like that, is that something that would help them improve their architecture basically?
No, not really. So the
I mean, I know
architecture,
they have their own designs, but would they be like, oh, hey, that's a good idea, we didn't think of that, or oh, that's how they did it? You know what I mean? Like, they wouldn't copy them outright, but if there was things that they could incorporate into their own designs, they would. Do you think they're probably doing that now?
So for the chip manufacturing, so from wafer to chip, you have to understand is that there are several aspects to it. If you have a mastery of one aspect to it, then it might be useful. But if you don't master the other aspects, so for example, you have within the architecture, you have things like FPGAs and such. So if you don't master this craft, you can copy what you want. You first need to master the actual architecture in order to have it repurposed. So maybe they could use an example and try to rebuild it, but it's not that easy. It's really not that easy. Because consider is that one company in the Netherlands dominates the market for machinery that produces semiconductors. So they have developed a technology so complex that other companies around the world still have a really hard time trying to figure out how to make it work and or think it's not worthy of trying to reproduce it. So consider is that the complexity of chip manufacturing comes in different facets. Just because you can master one doesn't mean you can master all and or reproduce all. So it is kind of the stage where China or Russia in this case is. So China in this case would be further up the hand. They actually achieved quite a lot in a very significantly short time, as to where Russia was actually under the Soviets. They were the innovators and they were up ahead until they got defeated by the US in the manufacturing aspect of it. But then consider is that the majority of these countries fell behind because smaller players became big and now are the titans and dominate the world. For example, companies in Taiwan, but also companies in South Korea. South Korea is an underestimated country in many regards. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
And also with BRICS, with all these countries being aligned, economically or whatever they decide, wouldn't it be easier for Russia too if they really needed to get chips just to basically put orders in through Brazil or whoever? They buy them. They don't even have to pay for them. They could just say, hey, get me 4 million type of this chip, and I'll send you a tanker full of oil.
So
You know what I mean?
basically, so
I mean, is
from
that something they do already? I'm sure they're doing it anyway, but I'm just figuring there's really no way to ever shut off the supply. It seems like.
no, so the thing is that people tend to misunderstand the suppliers and or the necessity of chips based on what they need to function for. So you have different chipsets that get developed based on the type of module or machine it needs to serve. So if you block a country from buying chips, they should be able to do it via on the one hand, but then also you need to understand is that what are you really blocking? So if you just block them from purchasing something, then you're basically doing nothing, because the biggest supplier of chips towards Russia was China. And then China simply has become significantly a bigger supplier of chips because of the war, and they got blocked to purchase advanced technology and that kind of nonsense. But the reality is that a lot of these sanctions were face value, kind of, like just throw at it so the public sees is that the West means business. But the reality is that they fail to analyze the market enough to understand what really hurts and what not. So Russia cannot buy chips from Taiwan. But if you consider is that the majority of chips came from China anyway, what did the West really achieve? So that what Russia can no longer gain from Taiwan, they can still gain from China. So, and Korea recently also blocked Russia, or South Korea in this matter, but China still has the capabilities, and Russia themselves have the capabilities to replace them or bridge the gap up to a certain point until they can actually sever the ties completely and replace them. So the West is not really doing damage on the chip manufacturing side or chip production side in this case. Rather, it is mainly hurting themselves. It's because it changes the economic dynamic for these types of countries, or for these countries, as to where the more customers and it leads to more production, and more production is an economic incentive that companies really need. So these kinds of things matter from Western perspective, as to where you're a chip manufacturer, but also from Russian or Chinese perspective, as they basically just reshuffle customer base and production bases. So kind of that direction.
So basically, the best you can hope for is just to create little hiccups in the supply chains, and then they just work around them. That's about it.
I'm not
Well,
too sure.
you
Or like a
you
little
guys
speed bump.
remember during the COVID and the entire graphics card conundrum. That's basically supply that messed up the whole thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess if you think about it, with all the potential new COVID variants and all the talk of the lockdowns, I guess, you could expect Taiwan to be like, oh yeah, we got to close our factories, or, maybe China wouldn't go along, but still, I'm sure the West would get as many people to do lockdown, stuff, or make it, well, I mean, like it did, it totally messed up the supply chain by having stuff open half the time or closed, or telling people to stay home. So I guess you could mess with it that way.
Well,
also,
they wear
they
masks
also-
in those factories either way. So.
No, yeah. So in the fabs, actually, they do wear masks. So that's why I never had a problem with wearing a mask, because it's something I needed to do anyway. So
yeah,
the thing is that COVID actually changed the dynamic of the production, as to where there was a significant demand in a particular sector. So the technology for cell phones, laptops, tablets, and gaming devices and such, TVs and such, they needed to be anteed up up to a certain point as to where they were going to be the main consumption, even though nobody really knew how long the COVID crisis was going to take. So basically, in a particular region or in a particular sector of the chip manufacturing industry, the focus was now on the devices that you could be using on a daily basis, unlike cars or whatever. So home devices were now on spot, they were hot, but the demand got really high up to where the companies could not keep up. And then since for these devices, the smaller the chip and then the efficiency of the chip is significantly more important. So you need more capable and more sophisticated chip manufacturing to achieve this. So then you are going to look at particular companies who can achieve this in high volume. But then since they are the ones that need to do it, what you create is pressure on the market. So demand is high, but supply is low. So it's only going to increase the significant pressure on the market as to where there was a chip shortage. And actually, the chip shortage already existed. But the difference is that it got exposed during the COVID because the demand increased exponentially. So there's different dynamics. And then this war did change the dynamics, but not necessarily in the production that was needed in order to get by or to fill the gaps, but rather as to there is a whole region that is now excluded from the market, and therefore you basically attack your own market. So the differences are in these two things.
Yeah, but that's very specific to chip industries and
Yeah,
electronic
very.
industries. I mean, you take other sector like services or natural resources or industrial components, big structures and so on, you see a different trend. Compared to electronics, if Russia wants something, a chip, an electronic device, it can buy it by a third party. Yeah, like the example you say, yeah, Brazil, buy me this and I will buy it you back. Okay. But for commodities like grain, like fertilizers, like oil, like gas, you have other competition. Yeah, if a country can't no longer buy oil from Russia, at least on paper, then it can get that oil at a way higher price, of course, to other provider. It's like fertilizers or grain. There is a possibility to find another provider, but most of African countries, most of Asian countries, if they have a deal with Russian grain, they will try to keep that Russian grain deal because it's financially interesting. You have more of a competition that is occurring, and
So-
kind of a new rules for a new zone. You have a new market which is separated from the former market. Yeah. If Russia wants chips, the market doesn't really change. You just have more people in between, like countries like Armenia or Georgia, buying stuff that they resell immediately to Russia.
So I have a point
Well,
to this.
real quick, I mean, they like when Iran was buying parts to keep their F-14s flying, they even said that they would pay up to 20 times market price just to get a part. So, you know, and you can imagine a country like Russia with way more assets and money to spend on shit like that. They probably would actually have no trouble.
So just to add a perspective into this matter. So to bringing it back to the chip manufacturing, as to where you mentioned that Russia has resources and then they can compete with other countries. So basically, Russia in the chip manufacturing sector, they compete with other countries, but then also understand is that they produce machines themselves, or lithography machines themselves. For example, EUV was actually a Russian discovery that the Netherlands ended up developing further and making the difference as to where now they are the powerhouse in the lithography aspect of it. So Russia has an ability to pick this up again. So for them to invest in it again, as to where they have a physical example and a company to look at as to where EUV can actually work, so they can reinvest in this industry again, as to where the Soviets, they decided to stop because it was unaffordable, but then also it was at a point unrealistic. But the Netherlands has proven them wrong, has proven everyone wrong in that matter, for that matter. So Russia has a significant proportion of capabilities as to where it's not only reliant on resources alone and markets, both internally and externally alone. They also can produce significant technology or invest in technology they initially already had their knowledge and hands in. So they could reignite. And this is something I have been following or trying to follow up as much as possible in order to understand the manufacturing or the chip development in Russia, in order to understand which direction they are going to and why they are maneuvering in certain aspects. Because you can outsource as much as you want, which is one of the reasons I asked the question to Jure, as to where you can create chips, but chips have become kind of like an artificial resource, as to where it can empower a nation or it can make other nations reliant on you. So it is kind of a resource unto its own, but you need to have the knowledge and technology to be able to develop it from first, you know.
How much did Russia right now, like, what can they produce? 13 nanometers.
So from the nanometer games, I don't like this concept, or rather, because I'm a bit more informed, I tend to not use this as a reference, because according to Russian references or Western references, Russia should be able to produce chips that is more in the realms of 60 to 30 nanometers. But the problem is we don't really know where they measure the nanometers, because nanometers can be measured on different levels, and then, or let's say you can measure nanometers on the wafer or off the wafer, and then they can have different meanings. But then you also can measure nanometers in a power source. So in most cases, it's a light source. And then if you want to look at EUV, which stands for extreme ultraviolets, that's 13.5 nanometers, but that's a light source. So nanometers is a too vague of a concept and too marketalized definition, as to where
For
it
gaming,
no longer,
I guess.
yeah, it no longer holds value or holds a proper reference as to where that is specifically what they mean. So I would say for chip manufacturing, Russia is more in the realms of manufacturing chips for predominantly utilities or machines that can house a chip sizable enough and still be effective enough. And then if efficiency needs to be sacrificed, they can still produce the chip, but they need to compensate in other matters. So for example, if you look at rocket manufacturing, so and then rockets predominantly that go into space, Russia is still the main household into the space industry, as to where their rockets are the most efficient, but they use relatively older chips just because they are because they work, and then they are efficient enough. They could improve it, but why fix something that is not broken? So you have to understand is that if you want to have a phone made by Russians, then I would say you would probably be disappointed. You would have a phone the size of a A4 paper try to fit in your pocket, but that's because their manufacturing is in size is not at that level as to where the transistor density on a square nanometer is not up to par. In contrast to, for example, Korea or Taiwan, even Intel in this regard. But then consider is that Russia is not even focused on this side of the sector. So it really depends on where you want to look at it and how you want to look at it. So if you compare Russia to Taiwan I would consider on the ranks of a titan. So not many countries or companies can compete with Taiwan or Korea.
So still no playing Red Dead with Russian chips, huh?
No, it's no. No, I think you could do it with Chinese, but not with Russian at the moment. No. No, so you have to understand is that chip manufacturing is concentrated into areas or particular.
There's a new guy. He should be introduced?
Oh, yes, yeah.
We beat this
Lucas,
for
do you
too
want to
long,
introduce
new
yourself?
guy that looks like really.
He's ready to jump in, Lucas. Oh, Lucas.
Hello. Yes, Lucas. I'm from the Netherlands. I work for WikiLeaks for the consensus unit that is currently running to arrange for the release of Julian Assange. So what's wrong? Is the sound not wrong?
A bit distorted. But it's okay.
Something
We
wrong
still
with
can
the
hear you.
sound? Okay.
A little bit. So it stutters a bit.
Maybe you're too far from microphone.
No, it's a high sensitivity. So it's too loud, enhanced too much. So it's cracking up. It's not catching up to the sound speed of sound. So it's kind of repeating and cracking up. So you need to reduce sensitivity.
Is better? Is now the sound better?
Yeah, he's also pretty laggy actually. Yeah, it's okay. You can just continue to talk. We can hear you actually.
Yeah.
Fuck.
No, you can
WikiLeaks
carry on.
and
We can hear you.
Julian Assange, you were talking about. Lucas, can you hear us?
Oh,
that became kind of interesting.
Oh, he pressed the wrong button.
He was
dropped.
talking about WikiLeaks, and
I think, yeah.
I'm quite sure he pressed the wrong button.
Yeah, so I'm also trying to read into the chat a little bit as to where try to answer some of the questions people have. I saw some question from Supreme Gentleman. He's asking what's my opinion on Russia investing in new lithography technology. So currently lithography is the way to go. It's the most known technology in order to expose semiconductors and prepare them to be integrated circuits for chips. So for Russia, this is a very important investment, since they were the ones who initiated some aspects of modern lithography to begin with, and then they have a significant industry that is already in lithography, but in a much smaller scale. So for Russia to invest in it, it is going to make the difference for them to
Sorry
become
to
more
interrupt you.
self-efficient.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, but I think that programming, way something is programmed, is way more important than the capabilities of a chipset. And setups of the motherboards and all of that is more important than chip itself. You can combine more chips with dedicated tasks on a motherboard to produce desired result. So I'm believing that programming is way more a desired way to achieve results. Let's say with reducing the complications and security of it. In order to produce something, I'm basically questioning about how there's a lot of talk on the front about drone suppression and how on some areas of the front, the Russians have a lot of problems to fly their drones, while on other part of the front, they overwhelmingly flying them and devastating Ukrainian side with electronic warfare. So there's a lot of talk about how say the rotating frequencies and all that. I mean, basically programming drones to not to be corrupted by other side, not to be taken over. And
so this is not necessarily programming in general. So understand this is that the chip itself, it gets designed to act and function in a certain way, and then the programming aspect. So the code list, the coding that comes with it, it plays a particular role. But if you want to look at electronic warfare, I would say I'm on the one hand, I'm not too informed about it enough in order to understand how frequencies would influence the chips or the chipset, because a chip doesn't come alone. It needs to work in a grouping of or rather in a module. So basically, the electronic aspect of it, and then the influence that comes to it, is slightly more complicated than just programming, because program, it basically means A equals certain actions, B equals certain actions, and then if A does this, then B should do that. So it's a sequence of rules that the modules need to understand, and or in this case for a drone, so you have to deal with pressures, you have to deal with camera imagery, and then you have to deal with certain information that gets processed or that needs to be processed relatively fast. So if there's an interruption into this process, then the program should not be able to run. From my understanding on electronic warfare is that they try to interfere with this program rather than the actual programming. But then I will admit that is that this is not my field of expertise, and then I'm still learning in this case.
But then it should be only way by interrupting radio frequency, radio transmission, and maybe even TV transmission, because sometimes like they can receive what drone sees, enemy drone sees. So they can see that they're viewed from above. They receive in their transmission, TV transmission, so that how they will interrupt, how they will interject into the.
Jordan, it has nothing to do with chip technologies.
I'm talking about programming. Yeah, I'm talking about programming. Yes, not about chip technology.
It has nothing
I'm talking
to do
about programming.
with programming also. most of electronic warfare, most of it, is related to electromagnetic waves and physics surrounding electromagnetics, which the Russians were always on the top level in the physics and science. Because when you are talking about transmission is electronic waves that gives data. The way the frequency and the package of that electronic waves spread, it gives information to the receivers. It's another field of science. It's more about electronic wave science. And the Russians are very good at that science. How those electromagnetic waves are generated, yes, it's about chips, it's about chipset, but it's also about the antenna and how much power it has, how much watt it can generate to produce those electromagnetic waves. And most of electronic warfare is about cutting the transmission between the emitter and the receiver, or even at very high level skills, to trick the receiver by sending him a message that it will understand and it will act on it.
So one of the I went
different.
to the actually I went to this index. Basically, is the International Maritime Exhibition, which I actually recorded a lot of stuff, but I haven't posted at all. Haven't even edited. So one of the booths actually they actually showcase the drone gun. So from Singapore. So I actually have a extended talk with that person. So basically, there's a lot of ways drone gun works. So one of the ways is actually that they actually overpower the frequency around the drone. So they use the gun, they just point at the drone, and they fire that frequency that actually cause the drone to lose contact with the source. And then when the drone lose contact, it will start to just descend. They will just start to go down all the way to the floor. And that's so sometimes you actually see video footage that they use the drone gun. They'll keep pointing the drone all the way to the floor. It's not that they're controlling the drone. They're actually just pointing at the drone to disable it from able to contact with the source as it
Maintain
go all the way
contact. Yeah.
down. Yeah. So even when it's on the floor, they're still pointing at it so that someone can all go over and turn off the power. Something like this. So it's a I agree with what I think what I'll say is correct. It's a totally different kind of thing. And even it includes a lot of other signal intelligence stuff as well. Is a totally different kind of thing. It's all about radio frequencies, high frequency, very high frequency or whatever. Then it's also a lot of other or frequency jumping and all sort of weird stuff, which I supposed to know a lot, but I actually don't. Yeah.
Yeah, they keep it pretty secretive. Then
Typically, the such things is all considered military secrets. So even if your knowledge is not that much, you are not supposed to let your enemy know that you don't know that much, something like this. So so basically, signal intelligence across the world is always classified. So that's just how it is. So even for drone warfare, like even when I was talking to the guy at the booth, a lot of the information is actually classified. He cannot tell me, like how it works, all the specific stuff they cannot say, because that's all part of the trade secret.
That's the big difference between electronics, chips, nanometers, and whatever, and the electronic warfare world, which is based on electromagnetic waves, mainly, not totally, but for active war, it's about electromagnetic waves, like GPS signals, like radio communications, how to intercept, how to impeach communication, and so on, between people, between missiles and its plane who launch it, and so on and so on. And to produce electromagnetic waves, and I finish there, you don't need high-end chips, high-end whatever. You need chips, you need components, electronic components. You
So
need
they
an
need to
antenna,
function.
and you need electricity to make it
Yeah,
function.
you need high power.
So basically, for chip manufacturing, there's two things that you need to consider. They need to be efficient. So, and then efficiency means power efficiency. So electricity needs to be flowing as effective as possible, though through the transistors. And then the second part is they need to actually work. If you can get these two things to do what they need to be doing, it's basic. That's how you get a chip. So efficiency, and they need to work.
I would like to switch the topic a little bit. We spent a lot of time on it. I read the report that they didn't found any explosives or explosion damages on Prigozhin's plane. So now they're trying to figure out why the plane went down, and they putting it all together pieces by pieces. It's a total forensic work on the Prigozhin's plane. So that's something that I went for that. That's accident basically, not so much. It could be lack of the maintenance because of the Russia had a problem a lot with supplying maintenance for the planes. So, and there was that video that the owner of the plane was trying to sell it. So there was some some prospective buyers were looking at the plane, something sort of that. There was some video, but that could be fake because it's obvious that it was Prigozhin's company plane.
Yeah, Jordan,
owned by Prigozhin's company.
it's no burger. It's no burger. The most important thing is Prigozhin, and not only him, but Prigozhin and Utkin and the other guy, they all die. That's the most important
So
thing.
what part of the nothing burger?
Who did it?
What is it?
How
Nothing burger?
it did it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter.
Really?
Whether it's the Russians
Well,
who have
I
decided
wouldn't
to
agree,
kill him,
brother. That's important.
No, the
What's
most
happened?
important thing is they are dead. That's the most important thing,
They
because
didn't
in the
do
West
much
they are
on
very
push and roll
happy
anymore.
of Prigozhin death, especially France. In Africa, they're very happy. In Russia, you have some people who are very happy that Prigozhin died. So it doesn't matter how it died and why it died.
Wagner Army
how
is
it died
important,
and
but
who
Prigozhin
made it.
not so much.
But the most
Utkin,
important
yes.
thing is Wagner, the presence in Africa. But Prigozhin, Utkin, they are dead. That's
Jordan
it.
is right.
That's the most important thing, and we will see in the future how it will evolve.
I also
it
think
will
that
evolve.
Utkin was much more important figure than Prigozhin, actually.
Yes, absolutely. But Prigozhin was the businessman, the how to say
face,
the public relations, the guy who sell Wagner everywhere. But the brain of Wagner was Utkin. But the way Wagner is structured with
the
all
whole
its
council,
commanders,
not just
makes
Utkin,
it very
it's
strong.
whole council. Whole council
Yes,
is the brain,
yes.
not just Utkin. But there was
But
already
Utkin was a prominent brain of
rocket
that
attack
council.
on the council previously. No, it wasn't. He
Utkin
was
was
just
very important in that council.
activating it.
Okay, may I have a question about this whole Wagner thing? During the quote-unquote coup attempt, did our head of plane was shut down? Was that plane really shut down by Wagner, or that was just another fake news?
This is a made up news. Nobody knows how it went down. Yeah, there was like fighter jet shoot it down, surface to air missile shoot it down. There's a bomb on the plane, and then sort of or maybe all of them all at the same time. We do not know. So
No. I don't mean Wagner planes. I mean the helicopter that went down during the June 24th march on Moscow. There was a helicopter that went down.
You mean during their march towards Moscow?
Yeah.
There was
you got
two
shot
helicopters
down by surface to air missile.
and one plane.
So who shut it down?
Total 12 people dead.
if
Wagner.
Wagner shut it down, I can
Yeah.
see why Wagner plane will be shut down too.
Yeah, but they are getting fired upon by the helicopters as well. So so the reasoning
Yeah.
the Wagner group said was that they are defending themselves, which is kind of silly. So but that's how it is. But pilots are hard to train. I think it's harder to train than to train some Wagner soldiers. So
That's
yeah,
true.
and
So-
the helicopter is expensive.
Especially
The
the
reason is-
electronic plane.
Because I've not seen any videos
Illusion
where
22.
I did hear the video. I did hear about the helicopter attacking them, but I don't see any evidence of that. But there's a helicopter shot down from the sky, and from what I hear, this helicopter wasn't even a fighting helicopter. It was more like a command and control helicopter.
So there
No, that
so
was
there
the
is a
plane.
helicopter that is
Illusion 22.
so there was actually a electronic warfare helicopter, the Mi-8,
Okay.
that I think got shot down. I think there's the attack helicopter also got shot down, and
Oh,
there is
okay.
also video footage of the missile missing the helicopter. There's
Yeah.
someone from the some of the apartments they are shooting. They are taking video with their phone, and basically the missile just fly past. It's like ridiculous video.
So 2 helicopters get shot down that day.
I believe so. I believe it's two.
Yeah.
My vague memory remembers
Two
around two.
helicopters and especially one plane. One plane
plane.
with
I
several
remember,
officers for intelligence.
Yeah.
And you have to understand that those
eight crew
pilots
members.
and those pilots and those crew members of the planes and helicopters were not part of the Russian Air Force. They were part of a special group within the military structure.
So
is it
now-
a GRU thing? Is it a GRU or something? I remember.
So this is why the reason I'm asking this question, because I don't know who control these guys, but I don't think they're gonna let that thing go.
Yeah, of course they do not. So even that time when this whole thing was happening, I was saying that someday even if Putin don't kill Prigozhin now, as in then, he will kill him secretly or slowly. When
Yes.
people forget about it, when the
Yes.
war is over, he'll just suddenly die for some weird reasons. Just that,
That
no
was
idea.
that was my assumption. I said Prigozhin gonna jump off a window after the war.
Yeah,
That was
but
my
it's just that,
assumption.
so that's why when it happens in the middle of the BRICS summit, and then the way how it went down, which is why a lot of people don't think it's Putin, because Putin wouldn't have done it so flamboyantly. They will probably make it more really like an accident, or the typical accidentally drop down the balcony or the window kind of thing, where it's like everybody was just okay, we got it. But this is a bit too flashy. I don't think that's the way. It might be actually SBU, because SBU have their means, so I wouldn't be surprised. But but Ukraine was very fast in denying that they did anything. So, but I think it could be them. It could be, because if you look at what Ukraine is doing nowadays, they are actually quite capable. They're able to strike a freaking air base like so far away from Ukraine. That is ridiculous. Just off Estonia. It's like, so you cannot
And
and things are exploding everywhere in Russia also. Things are just like for no reasons. There's a big fire. So they have their means. They might be possible.
And I 100% believe that also. Not 100%, but I don't rule out the possibility of Ukraine getting Ukraine behind this. But I'm thinking,
FCS.
Yeah.
At the end, Prigozhin and Utkin also became heroes in Russia.
True. That's always the case.
That's one of the best public relations Wagner could have done, or is getting.
Yeah.
Now to have two heroes, Utkin and Prigozhin, they are dead, and voila.
Let's
and
move
now
topic.
we'll have to see if Wagner involvement in Mali, in Burkina, and now in Niger will grow.
I just wanted to ask
We'll have
about
to see.
what have you heard on your side, about the Gabon and all these things that's happening. FCS.
Gabon is different.
For me?
Gabon is different.
No, because like, what is the media over that side? What is the story about Gabon, and what do you all think?
Okay,
I got part of
the media here,
Wait,
they're gonna
stop, pause, wait, stop, pause. I was reading through the chat. My apologies, first and foremost. I was reading through the chat, and there is a guy that is called Fuskilski, and then he says that I talk like an Israeli. What? How did that happen? Okay, continue. I'm sorry,
No
FCS.
super chat. No super chat. No money.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
No, but
okay,
the
FCS,
surprise was too big.
It's the nose. It's the
yeah.
nose.
Apologize.
He's racist. No, everybody have pointy nose. Is Jews. No,
it's Israeli.
yeah.
Yeah,
Shit.
but in the context of the coup around Africa, every government, of course, I would say dictate to the media. So of course, the media don't want to report the pro-coup sentiment in the country. Hell no, because there's another puppet above you that's afraid of the same coup. So if you go reporting pro-coup mentality, they will shut you down. So no, because for Liberia doesn't even have a functioning media. It's a bunch of social media journalism. So all just on the web, but very few ever mentioned what's happening in Gabon or Burkina Faso or Niger. If anything, they'll just take a random statement and make fun of it and move on, but they don't really try to analyze it or break it down or the pros or the negative because they don't care.
Don't care.
They don't care.
Gabon is very specific. Before, the president of Gabon was Omar Bongo, the father of Ali Bongo. And then the father died in an accident, and then his son took power, Ali Bongo. Gabon is owned by the Bongo family and the families surrounding it. So
Gabon.
it's more like a dictatorship based on a family that went off. That's it.
Okay.
It's very specific.
If I can compare Gabon to Libya for about almost the same amount of 40 plus years of power, you see, Libya, Gaddafi physically changed Libya. In the context of Gabon, it's a very small population, a lot of wealth, and nothing to show for it. So if you see some of these coups are possible because these people Africans don't have problem with dictators. They don't have problem with these democracy things. They have problem with development. Because in the context of Gaddafi, the Libyans live on Gaddafi. They'll do better. They'll prefer Gaddafi today than what they currently have. The same context go to Idi Amin in Uganda. As horrible as he was, most Ugandans prefer him than what they currently have. So Bongo could have remained in power forever if only they have really catered to their people. Before he becomes president, we had a conference in California. This guy showed up in California with more money than a state of California probably owns. Of course, that's an exaggeration of my statement. But yeah, he was basically a playboy in California, while his people basically could have a functioning electricity grid. So this is why coup is possible. Africans really don't care how long. The majority of them don't care. The 20% in the capital cities that went to the Western mentality schools and stuff, we want democracy, but the 80% of the population of the country, they could care less who's in charge of the country. They just want everything to function, that they could take care of their different responsibilities. People keep saying Africa. When the West talk about Africa, they talk about 20% of the entire population of Africa. Not the majority. The majority could care less what happened in the city, because the majority live outside the city. It doesn't concern them. But unfortunately, the 20% in the city determines what happens to the country in whole. So this is why coups are, even all these coups is 100%, not 100%, but majority of the support comes from the city, or pro or against come from the city. The interior of the countries, they could care less. Watch all these coups that have been going on and look at the interiors. Most of them cannot even name you the president of the country because they don't care what's happening. They don't care. They have no connection to what happened in the cities. This is why when a coup happened, is only you see some Western educated people commenting on it in the cities because only they care about those things.
Why
I
I
got
say Gabon is not the same as the rest, because if you look at Mali, at Burkina Faso, at Niger, you see people with Russian flag, you see people with words saying France is bad, go home, and so on. In Gabon, no. You see people with a big smile, dancing, chanting with Gabon's flag. Not a single word against France or against China or against United States. It's different. It's very specific to
Gabon
Gabon.
coup is one of the two coups we have in Africa. Pro-Western coup, anti-Western coup. Gabon coup is pro-Western coup. Gabon coup is not trying to break away from the West. Gabon coup is, if I can point fingers out, America have hands in a coup in Gabon.
That's
that's
maybe
basically like
true,
every other
but
coup in Africa.
the target was the family of Bongo, who owns everything.
No,
I mean, it's specific to Gabon.
America loves Bongo. America
Maybe
love.
because Bongo decided to make deals with Europeans and especially China.
Okay, the reason is this.
That's maybe a good point in your hypothesis, but at the end, whether it's a deal with China or a deal with USA or a deal with European Union, it was the Bongo family
Okay,
to take the money.
this guy was getting weaker in his country. America cannot afford a coup that's pro-Russia or pro-China 100%, disposing him off. They rather get rid of him or somebody they have to have more control because this guy, the Bongo family was getting weak in that country. They were losing a lot of, how can I say, a lot of rich to the countrymen. So they are losing. They may have politically, they may be tied to the West may support them, but locally they were losing that momentum. There's a lot of sentiment against them. So America rather replace them like a new face than to let a new Burkina Faso happen in Congo, where in Gabon, where they completely lose that power.
To go in your direction, for me, it's even a kind of war from United States against France. And all their former colony they got, United States is behind.
Yeah,
Look at Cameroon with Paul Biya. France still want good relations with Paul Biya, but somewhere in United States, you have interests who don't want that. They want to. That's why they are promoting the Anglophone region of Cameroon to make secessions, to make war against the central government, which is mostly French speaking. You look at Niger. Macron was, we want Bazoum back, and United States, no, let's deal with the junta and let's try to have something. Yeah, I think the United States is mainly kicking the ass of the French, so they go out there. Like in Europe, with Ukraine war, they want to destroy Germany because Germany is the locomotive of Europe.
That's why that's been white accession for the past few months, and yeah,
it start to get clearer, right? As things start to turn, you start to it start to get very clear.
But what I want to point again, it's when the vessels of the Lord are becoming weaker, the Lord itself is weaker.
True.
That's why United States is doing everything to destroy Germany and bringing back all its industries into United States. It's doing everything to diminish the influence of France in Africa, in West Africa. Even if the Russians are taking back some part of it by opportunistic way, even if China is coming there because China is offering something that nobody else is offering, at the end, United States is weakening itself. So I'm coming to the conclusion that in United States, the people who are in charge, because there are 350 million people, and amongst those 350 million, you have very clever person, very educated person. Yeah, it's not just people eating burgers and drinking Coca-Cola. No, you also have very educated and very clever, intelligent people. But those who are actually in charge in United States are kind of degenerate. Like Anthony Blinken, like Victoria Nuland. People who are factually not that smart. I mean, look at Joe Biden. The American state apparatus, the people who got the money, the people who have the power, decided to put him as president because they have no other choice than him. No Bernie Sanders, certainly not. Or I don't know, Pete Buttigieg. Or I don't know the name of other contenders in the Democratic Party. They decided to put Joe Biden because they got nothing else to put in. I think that country, United States, is in a big trouble.
I think I forgot. I lost my train of thought, so it's okay.
Close
Mehdi.
it. Close it.
But yeah,
I just want to say, basically, you're right, but you're missing one important point. Like, one man is intelligent, but one man in a group, no, not so much. Group has different mentality than one intelligent person.
An intelligent person in a group can inspire them.
Well,
and the problem in United States, is that the very clever person are not within the sphere of those who are taking the decision.
Okay.
Those who are taking the decisions are very old people. Just look at the Senate. Most of them are elderly.
The U.S. policy, here's I see it, is basically it's a train on a straight line. Whether you're stupid, whether you're clever, whatever group you fall in, they all have this goal. America is America. Nobody else matters. So if you can read the basic instructions, this is instructions. If you cannot read it, just follow us and follow. Because what is Republican is Democrat, whatever you want to be, they all have the same policy. They may call it different names. It's the same policy they all have. America above everything else. So whether it's this group like war, this group like this, but that's just a distraction.
Outside America.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Inside America, they doesn't care if there are so many homeless people.
Inside
so
America, it's more of to keep
on.
you excited in America. It's more distraction to keep you excited. But outside America, it's the same policy for both Democrat and Republican. And that policy is defined more than 100 years ago. They have that set in their head. So, and that policy is what all basically automatically switch onto. Whether it be Republican, but inside America, they use all the distracting words to kind of keep the two parties system.
Their problem is now in the world you have other nations who decided, or because they have that capability within their own center of gravity, like China, like India, like Russia, and in a certain extent Brazil and maybe South Africa and the Arab world, the Islamic world, who certainly don't want to buy the LGBTQ agenda. They decided to have their own center of gravity. That's why you see the rise of the BRICS. And because we are living in a finite world, if someone is rising, that means someone is decreasing, declining.
Yeah.
And the United States is declining.
And the U.S. policies, doesn't allow that. Their moral doctrine doesn't allow them to decrease. It doesn't allow them to go behind and be subservient
that's
to.
I would simply answer, but this is wishful thinking, because we are living in a world, in a physical reality world, which in Earth is managed, is controlled by Earth gravity.
Yeah,
Every
some people.
ideology is just an ideology, something written on paper, as long as it has no physical reality.
And that's what I'm trying to get at. Some people have the ability to make it into physical realities. And one of those countries is America. Example.
Yeah, but that was before. Now, listen, if you see the BRICS forming and the BRICS expanding, it's because the ideology of America being the hegemon of the world, that idea is not having any kind of translation in the real world anymore. It is challenged every day. It will certainly take decades, if not centuries.
And that's what I'm
happening.
saying.
Slowly,
Of course,
but
it's
surely.
happening. What I'm trying to say is, BRICS right now, to have any solid, any really counterpunch towards America, they're at least 20 years away from that. At my own conclusion, because there's a lot of things they have to work on. A lot of things. And
yes,
one of
but also but the crucial part of everything that needs to be reached for a change is already achieved by the BRICS.
No.
You have China, in my point of view, let me explain. You have China, which is the world's biggest manufacturer of everything. Something that it's useless and something that are useful. You have Russia, and now Saudi Arabia and United Emirates. You have countries that provide hydrocarbons, and a lot of it. You have Brazil and maybe now Argentina with Russia, which are the biggest producer of food, grain or meat. You have South Africa with China, with Iran, also, I forgot Iran, with Russia, and also a big China, which are big producer of metals, minerals, whether it's iron, whether it's gold, whether it's whatever. So now you have a group of countries which are big producer of real physical thingy that are useful.
Okay.
Like iron, like oil, like gas, like gold, like whatever. Everything you need to produce every physical things you have. And then you have fertilizers, grain, food. So they have the basics to challenge United States.
Okay, here's how that basis can crumble tomorrow overnight. If the US want to counter, there's a lot more countries that have more than these countries have combined. You talk about iron ore. There's more iron. Guinea is not part of BRICS. America could basically put Guinea under the umbrella tomorrow and control the iron production from Guinea. Guinea, some of the purest form of iron ore is from Guinea. That's one. Tomorrow, in some context, BRICS, yes, on paper, what you say right now, yes, they have those things, but BRICS, the financial system is not in place to even move those things around. The financial system is not there yet. That's something you're forgetting. The mechanism to move these things around. That is one. Two, China, all these countries you name, who are they going to sell to? Not to Liberia. Liberia have no need for those things. Who are they going to sell to next? In Africa, who can they sell to in Africa? Not more than 10 countries that really need those things. You go to Asia, who can they sell to in Asia? The best, most countries over there almost can do those things China is doing. Not at industrial level, but at that local level. So BRICS, of course, I'm not saying BRICS is some, no, they do have some punchline, they do have some punches, but to say they can even dictate to America, they're at least 20 years from it. If they continue with this momentum, they continue with this cohesion, yeah. But America have the financial side locked down for a very long time. They are going against 100 years of planning. So
maybe I didn't express myself clearly enough. But yes, BRICS is against West hegemony. But the result of what the BRICS want is to create their own sphere parallel to the sphere of the Americans. Even if they will never be able to destroy America, destroy the dollar system, whatever. They want to make their own world, their own system, with their own rules. And in that instance, they are already achieving it. It's already the case between the 5 countries within BRICS. Even if the level, the how to say, the place that those agreements between that new instances is very small compared to all the other business they make and contact they make with other countries, it already exists. And with Saudi Arabia, Iran, and United Emirates, which already are selling their commodities outside US dollars, with India, with China, with whatever.
Yeah.
That thing is real, even before those countries entering BRICS.
Then the question is, what percent of their sales is not in US dollars?
Yes,
That's today, and tomorrow it will be different. We'll have to wait.
Of course, that's what I'm
We'll
saying.
have to wait.
So
We'll
that's what
have
I'm
to
saying.
see.
That's what I'm saying.
But whatever, from 100% labeled in US dollars to 80% labeled in US dollars, it's a big difference. And if it continues, we'll have to wait and see in the future, of course.
Yeah.
If it's only 50%, it will be significant.
Yeah.
Because China is the first consumer of Saudi oil.
Okay.
So it will be logic.
And that's why
that more than half of what Saudi Arabia is selling is outside US dollars.
And that's why the physical attribute of what I was trying to say comes in place. How long would it take you to go 50%? The US government is not going to sit there for your hand to go to 50%. They have the physical abilities to manipulate that.
Maybe for you and me, which can live 60, 70, 80, 100 years, it is important. But for the human history, if that shift took place in 10, 20, 50, 100 years, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So that's for us, for a living, yes, I want to see that today or tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, but no.
Yeah,
but no.
I agree. I'm not saying because no matter what happened, reality will come to, the world will change. But even BRICS does not want or destroy America, because America remaining consumable is good for BRICS. If America crashes, it doesn't benefit BRICS. The reason why I'm saying right now BRICS is still fragile, because all it takes right now is one of them to crash and the whole BRICS system starts to crumble.
I think nobody thinks that United States can crumble totally and indefinitely. I don't think so.
Someone in the chat said,
I'm sorry to people
interrupt.
of the BRICS, I just finished there and I let you speak. But I think that the BRICS don't want anymore the hegemony of United States. And if the United States doesn't understand that, doesn't want to understand that, I think the BRICS will do everything so the United States can understand it. that United States power, United States influence will shrink. And if United States still don't want to understand that, the BRICS will create their own organizations outside the United Nations. For instance, that's a possibility.
It's basically what's happening
And creating a new world separated from the world controlled by United States, who want total domination. They want hegemony. That's rooted in their DNA of the state apparatus of United States. They can't think other way. Being an equal partner to, I don't know, China or Russia or Brazil, that's something they can't understand, they can't think about. So the others will make them understand. So United States will never disappear, no.
No,
but
definitely
its
not.
influence, its strength will shrinken, because we are living in a finite world where the resources are finite. So you will naturally see countries like China and India becoming bigger just because they are more bigger in demographic term. You will see African countries, I hope, African countries having a bigger place in international stage. And that's something United States will have to accept without the others making war directly to the United States. I think that is the goal of the BRICS. It's not to confront United States in a military point of view.
And that is what I'm trying to get at. The US will confront them militarily, and that is where I'm getting at.
But
so
then
they have the ability
look,
to physically interfere, and the BRICS does not have that option.
But then you have our era where we saw United States leaving Iraq and Afghanistan, especially Afghanistan. Everybody is now looking to Ukrainian war, which is the purpose of DPA, which was Ukrainian war. And everybody is looking at it, and everybody is coming to the conclusion that it is possible to resist Americans in that kinetic confrontation. It is possible if you have the right equipment.
I want to ask about the Hungary thing. I think recently there's something about Hungary, going against the EU or something, right?
They've always gone against the EU. But yeah, I think it was mainly, if my memory serves me right, I think it was his comment on basically, they was always blocking some aid to Ukraine, and they need some accounting for what is already being spent.
Yeah. I think I remember now. So I think Orban, right? So he's saying that he will not approve the aid, to send any aid to Ukraine unless EU list out the full amount of money that is now given to Ukraine, something like this.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, without the accounting, he's not going to approve. He's going to veto it.
Wyatt, sorry to say, but that's nothing burger. Because if Hungary decided to say, no, I'm not okay, that just means that the European Union, the name European Union, will not give money to Ukraine. But every other European countries without European Union can decide to send weapons, money, whatever.
True.
They are doing
That's
it actually.
It's just for the title, because France is still giving things to Ukraine. United States, which is outside of European Union, still giving.
The European
United
Union
Kingdom
is
still giving. Netherlands, Denmark giving F-16s. I mean, every time Hungary say no, we are not okay with sending billions to Ukraine. We are not okay. They even stated that the best solution is to stop funding the war, to come to an agreement. That's what they say. But it's just Hungary. So it's nothing burger.
I don't think it's just angry. There are more countries relented. They just don't give their voice. We also know that Romania is pretty much against, is being forced actually to cede their ports, their street, their warehouses for this to happen. They have been talking. If you go listen to Romanian officials, they are just not showed up because Budapest has much more power. Nevertheless, the European Union is having problems to finance Ukraine. They are looking into side doors to be able to do it. They use their freedom fund to buy weapons for Ukraine. So they are going through different ways. I just saw a few weeks ago that the European Development Bank, which is even bigger than the World Bank, gave 6.7 billion euros to the train company of Ukraine. The train company of Ukraine definitely doesn't need 6.5 billion euros for no project. This is going to be distributed by everybody. There is with 6.7 billion euros, you can build thousands of kilometers of train. It's not Ukraine, doesn't need any of that. It's a joke. And we see this happening all the time. And the problem about these, though, is that these loans have to be paid. So these are loans. When they take money from the peace fund of the European Union, countries gave credits, so to say, gave guarantees. So if the European Union thinks there is a place in the world that needs help for peace, they can go there, take money, and the countries will have to pay, yes, because they gave guarantees. So somewhere in time, all these countries will have to pay these loans. Also, the loans that European Union is getting out of from their budget to give to Ukraine. They go to the markets, they pick up money. And so I think in 3 years, it will be unstandable for the European Union to pay all this money. It has been so much money. They will have to hire the taxes in such an enormous amount that this will be impossible. So I think we are also seeing within the European Union, because this is not the United States, they can't just print money. It's much more difficult. The rules are much more strict. We are seeing already inside of the European Union, especially about the ones that control the accounting, some strong statements saying, be careful. This is real dangerous for us all. We could see in 5 years a bankrupt of the European Union just because of the whole money we gave to Ukraine. If this keeps going, 5 billion every month, it's impossible.
Yeah, so I have to go. I have to call it quits. We had a good talk, so I want to do my closing. For the people in the chat, it was interesting reading the comments. So just to make sure, this Knowles is not from Israel. It's just fucked up. It just happened like this. So understand, if you have mix on top of mix on top of mix on top of mix, this is what happened. It's just like that. I have no control over it. I didn't decide. God didn't come down to me and say, here, son, pick your color. None of that. It's like this. So
the biggest nose are found in Turkey.
Where are you from?
The Turks are so for people who don't know, so I'm half Surinamese and I'm half Indonesian. So my mother is from Indonesia, my father is from Suriname, and then from Suriname I'm actually from slave descent. I am originally, by way of my father, from West African descent.
And what makes you think every black person around the world was a slave?
And then there is Portuguese heritage involved. So my grandmother's name, her name was Lobo, which is a Portuguese name. And then, it trickled down. So it's very complicated. but Israel was not involved. I'm much closer to Prata rather than I am to David. Either way.
All right, get out of here, you Israeli fuck.
No. But it's just that, you know, I've seen it throughout the chat, and I was thinking, I don't know, you know, I'm learning in the process too.
You know, we have to tell a trio, free the Palestinians. No, why are you like this?
Well, if the nose is because it goes a bit down, it can be Arab as well. So the Arabs are also Semitics. It can be Arab.
Very
Abraham
much.
got 2 children. Yeah.
So
Remember,
here's the thing, though.
Ismail and Isaac.
No. So the reality is that so if you want to bring it into American perspective and use their pop culture as their reference into race and that nonsense, then I would refer to myself as half black, half Asian, and then for some reason I was born to look like Imhotep from The Mummy. It's you know, it's unfortunate, but this is the reality. Anyways, I want to do my closing. So I want to welcome Predrag for joining, and then we had some good discussions. Prata unfortunately came a little bit too late because I would have triggered some good discussions both on African side, but then also Asia side, which I wanted to have some input from you. But yeah, it is what it is. Anyways, I have to leave. I'm tired. It's 6:22, nearly 6:30 in the morning here in Asia.
Take care, brother.
Wyatt knows. Yeah, man. And then I'm not originally from Israel. I'm from South America.
Mazel tov, brother.
So for you, Predrag, pista mati.
You learned the best things from Serbian, huh?
Yes, man. I told you I'm adopted by the Serbian gods until I betrayed them. But it's, you know, yeah.
Slava Bogam.
Man, guys. Anyways, I have to leave. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Take care, brother.
Prata, you said about European Union thing. It goes hand in hand with what political leaders in the United States are stating more and more, especially the candidates. War in Ukraine, okay, but the Europeans have to pay more. So the Europeans will do it. They will do it. They will pay more. And who will pay in the end? It will be you and me. Because you and me are part of that European Union.
No, but say you, not me.
The debt?
Yeah,
not me.
I said me and Prata, because we are living in European Union. We will have to pay those debts.
The debt of the countries, the debt of the individual countries in the European Union now is much bigger than in 2011. Much bigger. So we are really just expecting a big crisis, a big financial crisis. Germany is going into recession. I don't know if France is already there. Germany has been the locomotive.
Tricking the statistics.
They are treating the statistics, we know.
And the rest of us is just eating popcorn. Is that?
Just watching the whole thing go down.
Yes. Wow, fantastic.
I am here in Africa chasing buffaloes. Just watch the whole thing go down.
FCS, you absolutely need FCS. You absolutely need to change your background image.
No,
it looks great.
This is not Liberia. This is Savannah. This is not Liberia. This is hunting lions.
I am hunting lions.
We have someone unusual here. Agnieszka.
Yes.
Откуда Agnieszka?
Well, yeah, I'm in California. I'm in the United States.
Okay.
This is the second time here.
I
Sorry.
wanted to just talk a little bit about Niger and Burkina Faso. I thought that I saw recently quite interesting because a reportage that both Chad and Burkina Faso were receiving delivery of vehicles of military vehicles from UAE, and I think from Saudi Arabia. I'm not sure, but I know from UAE was all they were sending some vehicles to Chad, and another one delivery was to Burkina Faso. And Burkina Faso was the Traore, the main guy. He was very happy that they were able to purchase weapons from the Russians, and they actually now have they have an air force. They had well, not the same air force like that, but they're like kind of smaller planes, but they're kind of okay for that kind of terrain. And they have lots of vehicles, and they have motorcycles, and et cetera, et cetera. And so they are getting they're getting a lot of weapons to them shipped and stuff. So they were just 2 days ago, they were receiving deliveries of a lot of vehicles. So they're arming, and I think they are preparing. And if maybe Russians will help them to put some trenches in the desert. So, and I also heard a stream with the people from Niger that because Nigeria has cut off the electricity, they had this agreement that the dam was built on Niger, which the river which goes between them. That the agreement is that Niger would not build a dam above them because they have upstream rights. That Nigeria actually had violated the agreement that actually moved that prohibition for Niger to develop their own electricity void. So they were like almost celebrating, like, fine, now we have a free hand to do what we want, because so we don't have to, because the agreement was, you do not cut us off and we're gonna build a dam, but now they just like walked out from the agreement by cutting off the electricity. So and the Burkina Faso has asked Russia for the nuclear power plant. So which they have very cute ones, by the way. The Russians they not just big ones, but they have like modular power plants. They have like from a small one you can add to it. So they're very cute. They're really like miles ahead on the technology. In America, it's so bad that right now they're building a power plant in America, and they already had to like re-cement stuff because they don't have people who know how to build power plants. This is how long ago it's been since they built one last one, because it was such a prohibition. So yeah.
About the dam, it's very interesting. About the dam, it's very interesting because you see, I already gave that idea that perhaps we are getting there is some economical factors that we also forget. They are building a huge dam in Niger upstream, almost with the frontier with Mali, and that dam will allow 45,000 hectares of agricultural land, and we have to realize this is land that is very easy to occupy. It's empty land. There is no people living there. So these are perfect. Sometimes we talk about some countries where they have to take the people out of there to make big farms or even cut the trees, but this is not the case. So it will be an amazing project, and will give an enormous quantity of electricity that will even allow the Nigerians to sell abroad, export some of that electricity. And Nigeria, of course, should be preoccupied because the amount of farmland that they will allow to irrigate, it might put in danger some of the agriculture sector in Nigeria. About the nuclear plants, I'm sorry, this is a dream. The Russians have.
No. There is a video of Burkina Faso talking to Putin directly about.
Yes, but Rosatom has such a huge list of orders for those little reactors.
You don't think about those humongous reactors. They build the really small ones. They're like modular power plants. They're like a small size.
Oh, they are still very big. They are 6 meters diameter for 40.
Look it up, huh?
No, it's very small because a power plant is something huge. They are 6 meters for 24. But nevertheless, the Rosatom, the company that concepted it and makes it, They make it for the icebreakers. Actually, they were developed for the icebreakers. These they have such a huge list of countries wanted to have one. They probably not even in 50 years the poor Burkina Faso will be able to get one.
Okay.
I'm not so sure. I think that they might have pass, you know, they might have, some of the contracts might have like cleared up since the sanctions. You know what I mean? So yes, I really want to say something.
Nishka, about what you said about weapons, Burkina Faso, but also Mali got from Russia, but also from China. I invite you, if you understand French language, to see the official video of state television of Mali and Burkina Faso. You will see Assimi Goïta from Mali and Ibrahim Traoré from Burkina Faso receiving those equipments, and they stated, saying that we got those equipment from our partners with our own money.
Yeah, I've seen that
with
video.
our own
resources.
resources.
Yeah, I've seen that video.
And both of them were stating that in I don't know how many decades of relationship with France,
that they never got
they
anything
didn't manage
because they
to
was-
have a single tank, a single helicopter, a single warplane.
Yeah, and
Okay.
it was another
And
thing
that's
that when they
new.
were,
So here's one thing. Previously in Africa, whenever there was a pro-Russia or China coup, the Russian, of course, supports you all the way till the coup is done and just left you be and let you find your own future. And the West will always come and undermine that government and dispose of them. This, in the case of Thomas Sankara in Burkina Faso, it was Russian-supported coup, but Russia doesn't like that interference politics. They just let you find your own way. And once the Russian pull back, then of course the West went through his Blaise Compaoré and disposed of him. But this new Russian strategy is completely different. They're 100% involved, managing the whole process to make sure it doesn't get compromised again, like previously. But in the context of the River Niger, the one Pratt was talking about, River Niger is like this is how it shipped. It starts in Mali, a branch off in Niger, go down to Nigeria, the other branch go down to Guinea and Sierra Leone. So it's basically like a little triangular shape River Niger have. So of course they can, if Niger start to dam their own, it will kind of slow down the process in Nigeria. But eventually, of course, they can't dam the entire. That's a huge river. They cannot 100% stop it. They can divert it if they want to punish Nigeria, but
No, the thing is that the river is very interesting because it's a river that has a lot of water during some months, and then it is reduced. It never stops flowing, but is reduced almost to very little of water. So if they are able to stop those huge amounts of water, they actually make more trouble than anything else, because it's like in 2 months, huge amounts of water. It's really immense. If they can stop that amount of water of leaving, they actually doing something wonderful to control the river somehow and to keep some water. For it's amazing project. So I think it's very interesting if you look at as well at the economical potential of Niger. Why this had to happen now? We see that's a lot of interest. The Chinese were going to finish the pipeline, the oil pipeline from Nigeria to Benin in November this year. The Chinese have invested in the oil fields they have invested in the oil fields in Niger almost 10 years ago. They were being blocked, sabotaged all the time. They built a huge refinery, but they couldn't even put the refinery to work 100%. So sorry. It's like,
well, ironically, because until like 2 weeks ago, the way the water was being managed in between Nigeria, Niger, Burkina Faso, it was presented as a model for what is happening between Ethiopia and Sudan and Egypt, right? You know, it was like, oh, look at it, look how nicely they are organized their river, and nobody has to screw anybody, and everybody's benefiting, right? And there's energy sharing and so on. And now because of that coup, and ECOWAS just, the first that they did was just cut off the electricity, which is not exactly like when they're all in. and they basically voided that agreement. So that controversial project, that what Chinese were building dam, that was really kind of not okay, because the agreement was no dam above, upstream. So now it's like they kind of, God knows what's going to happen. But I think that actually Russians might actually look at it, because help them with the nuclear plants for that part of area. I mean, with the uranium right there, it seems like a natural, like a logical thing to do. And it's
well, the uranium would have to be brought to Russia, refined in Russia, and be brought back. So doesn't matter where it comes from.
Maybe we'll come. Actually, what they are talking about, they want to do more stuff there. So they want to do more manufacture. So it's probably can be done. I've seen a presentation a couple of years ago from the Rostov, or what it's called, that company, and they have like virtually like from a mini one to the huge one. They have all different sizes, and like the ones you can add on to, like just one for the factory size kind of a plant, or new factory grows bigger, we can make a bigger one. So they're very, very flexible. So it's really impressive how they able to like modularize it, not just like one huge one, and that's it. Yes, Aller.
Yeah, Rosatom is a leading company in nuclear reactor, and they are working very hard for making small, as you say, the kind of modular reactors.
Yeah.
But about the barrage, just remind you, the Aswan barrage from Egypt was built thanks to Soviet Union. And to see Niger shifting and people launching Russian flag, you may think that the project of the Niger barrage could be done by the Russian or the Chinese.
No, I think Chinese actually
are
doing
also
the project.
Yeah, the project was given to the Russians. Yes, in 2006, more or less. Nothing happened, and that was when it was given 2 or 3 years ago to the Chinese. Yes, they are the ones making. But talking about dams, the Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia, an amazing project that actually, if well managed, will benefit a lot of people. Well, especially Ethiopians, obviously. Good for them.
That was surprising that they brought Egypt and Ethiopia back to BRICS together, because they're basically on a verge of war about that.
No, they are not. But the thing is that the Egyptians also have to realize, if they stop the water during the raining season, and when it's the dry season they release more water, everybody actually gets fruits from it. So it's actually quite logical.
I know, but the issue, do we pull it up in 20 years or in 5 years? And that's the issue.
So the very interesting thing is that actually this project, the Renaissance Dam, was thought about by the Americans. And when in 2001, when the Ethiopians decided to build it, they just saw difficulties, not just because of the reaction 2011, sorry. Not just because of the reaction from Egypt, but also because they couldn't find nobody to finance the dam. Nobody.
They did it themselves. I think they did a bond, like a national bond.
Crowdfunding, yes, crowdfunding, and then they finally got some almost $2 billion from the Chinese to buy the turbines. 750 megawatts for a country like Ethiopia. This will be a revolution for them. It's impressive. And it's amazing how sometimes we don't see.
Very, very possessive about the Nile. I mean, they're having.
No, they are quiet now. They realize it's not so bad. They start making some figures, counting 1 + 2, and they notice it's not so bad. But you see, the thing, the Egyptians were more preoccupied how the Ethiopians will fill up the dam. It's not so much what happens after, is to fill, because it's an immense quantity of water they are going to. This will take many years. So the Egyptians want them to take 20 years. The Ethiopians want it to be 10 years, let's say like this. But what I wanted to say is that we should be very happy in Europe, where we have this amount of immigrants coming to us illegally, dying on the way, on their path, having difficulties into integrating or whatever, or not to be allowed to go to the work market and stay in the limbo for decades. And what I think is we should be very happy that the Africans finally can actually develop and have a better living. So it's impressive how this paradox.
I know,
this
but
paradox.
there's a neo-colonial the mindset in Europe is like, the Africa should be good. It should be left undeveloped and for safaris. This is what we're supposed to do. Do not big industry so we can have safaris. I mean, seriously, there was actually a proposal recently. Oh no, you shouldn't be developing. We really love to. You can have these nature reserves. So, that's.
Agnieszka,
Yeah.
the Renaissance Dam costs $5 billion. So it's pretty much 1 month of Ukraine.
Yeah.
The Niger Dam costs
This is what they find.
$2 billion and a half. This is our 15 days of Ukraine. These are 15 days of Ukraine. Most dams in Africa don't even cost 1 billion. These are very difficult projects.
Yeah.
Most dams in Africa don't cost less than 1 billion. This is what? This is like 3 days of Ukrainian war?
Remember the
come on.
6.3 billion when they found accounting error? 6.3 billion.
Accounting error. Somebody cash it. Somebody pocket the money.
We were losing different metrics for valuing the equipment. And they said that's what they did. We were doing replacement value versus actual value. So now we just found it $6.3 billion. So it was like, wow. Everybody was like, wow. Creative
That's
accounting.
one of the main reasons one Ukrainian war is not very popular in Africa, because they are looking at Ukraine receiving billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
No war.
With that
No war is
amount
popular
of
in
money,
Africa.
you can get rid of hunger. You can get rid of terrorism. You can get rid of.
The money were never to be
When
found. They
they see
suddenly
the
like
amount
appear.
of energy and equipment throwing at Ukraine,
The question
African
is
countries,
this.
African people are thinking about it.
The question is,
majority of it stays in the United States.
the Africans are fully aware who's attacking them and who's giving weapons to Ukraine. It's the same person doing it. So they don't see any differences in this. The same people that is attacking us is the same people giving weapons to Ukraine to go to war. So the only problem they have is the West condemning Russia for its action. Look, no, you cannot condemn Russia. It's the same thing you do to us every day. That's the argument. They could care less what the West does with money or where you give it to. That argument is, do not be a hypocrite. If you're going to shoot fair, shoot fair. You can't blame Russia for what you're doing all around the world. And that's the point they are coming from. So, again, the West have not. Okay.
So it's funny, like, there was like about 3 stories on CNN, in Spectator, and a couple of other places. Russia has issued new books for the kids, new history books, when they talked about the current conflict and about NATO provocation, and everybody's having connuptious because they are writing about propaganda in brainwashing children in Russia about talking about NATO provocation and stuff like this. I'm like, oh my lord, I just like, story after story, CNN, Spectator, Euronews, it's like, oh gosh, because Russia is teaching about that war about NATO provocation. About what is it? I mean, anybody can look at the map. It's like what is happening last couple of 12, 15 years, 20 years. Of course, they were creeping near. So it's like, the amount of like self denial, and this is such a straight propaganda. Like, who's writing books over here?
But it's not propaganda.
yeah.
If Ukraine was one that created the Mali Empire. Ukraine created everything. That's not propaganda. But it's a propaganda if Russians explain why we want a war. Yeah.
Well, at least they are not putting in their books that children can have 2 daddies or 2 mummies, or even 5 daddies and 5 mummies. It depends how you count it.
One tree is a one monkey.
and they are okay when daddy brings another man home, so can sleep with mommy.
You
It's
know,
fine.
I saw one few days ago. It's both males and females. It's both males and females in the same house, but their roles are flipped. The man identifies as a female, and the female identifies as a male. But this is both males and females, but they flipped their genders. I'm like, you motherfuckers are not gay.
Poor
Yeah, well, I
children, they
mean,
may
this is
be
a
really
whole. I
confused.
think it's a bloody destruction. Quite frankly, it's a destruction. All this
That's
hoopla
what I keep
is a
saying.
destruction. It's just like this is a shiny object that everybody can fight about, but so they don't talk about something else. So this is like it is. I don't really think that this is that because it's such a marginal issue, and it's nobody really. It's just a shiny object that everybody can talk about and use it as a weapon, but it's really non-issue.
Yeah.
I always
My point is this,
always
point
say,
is this.
And that's the problem.
if
That's
you
the
wanna
problem,
be,
Ishka.
if you wanna be a microwave, be a fucking microwave. Just don't teach the kids to be a fucking microwave. Yeah, let the kids be kids.
That's the
all right, go
that's
ahead.
the issue, Nishka, about what you have where you are in California, where LGBTQ ideology and all those stuff is very important because the media is telling you it's very important. But in the rest of the
But you can ignore
world,
it. You can just ignore it. I mean, just do not engage in them and just
but they have so much power. They have infiltrated the educational system, school system, where most of the
And
teachers
they created another incentive for people. But
learning
now,
to your kids
now you can actually teach you. They have lots of online schools, free online schools, so people can keep them kids at home and teach them with the computer, buy a big computer.
It has big drawbacks because there is nothing better than putting kids with other kids.
Yeah, they do need to socialize.
That's my point of view.
I
especially
think
in my 4 years old. Just to finish my point, the rest of the world don't give a fuck. Except Europe, of course. But you go in Africa, you came with that LGBT gay thingy.
I think we have to respect
looking at
everybody.
you with big eyes.
Also, America.
You live in France, so
Okay,
you
here's how I
should
see
give a
Americans,
fuck.
right? If Americans don't have an agenda to fight internally over, they'll be exposed to U.S. foreign policies, which most of them will rebel against. In the 60s, they didn't have so much distraction to argue over. They saw what the U.S. government was doing in Vietnam and other places. They rise up against the U.S. government. Because if U.S. citizen does not have something to argue over internally, they will confront the U.S. foreign policies and correct it.
Right now in this in this election, everybody's kind of knows that the game is playing. I mean, apart from that LGBTQ, right now what's happening with Donald Trump? I mean, that whole. I'm a lawyer, so it's like I'm just looking at those in indictments, like in at all. I mean, it is a really some creative writing. I mean, in law school they put you through this, write those unbelievable. Stories, like if scenarios, I would never come up with that. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, I think some of them gonna fall apart, but the whole fact that this is happening and it's being so weaponized, it's really, it's really flipping the whole thing upside down. I mean, and even some really like you would call they were very progressive people, like in media people, on YouTube. They come up and then justify it. I mean, it's just astonishing. It's such a It's like in the Soviet Union, Soviet times, like before the wall came down, like a complete, like we're gonna appoint you somebody who's 81 years old who cannot even do multiplication tables, and you have to pick that person. You cannot vote for anybody else. You cannot have any other. I mean, the propaganda is just like it's one narrative. On that thing what just came up in New York, was a digital something act that everything that they can the censorship act that I think it came out online today, the digital something act. Yeah, that I think came out online today or yesterday. I mean, it's just astonishing that they for harm from the child pornography and then for misinformation, disinformation, and And I'm like, who's supposed to, and some bureaucrats are going to decide what is misinformation or misinformation. Oh, and one of the things they can actually bump it up in an event of war or some health issue or some. Basically, they have a blank check to just completely erase all the rights. But there is a right in Soviet Union, in a European Union, that the freedom of speech is actually like codified. The freedom of speech. I think somebody will hopefully take them to court because it's completely, and it's a contradiction of the.
But this is very interesting because you see, the whole world is watching this. For a long time, most of the world believed there is a American way, American dream, like they call it. There is an European way. We all can get developed. We just have to copy and do what they do. And now people watch the Americans, watch the Europeans, and they don't want that anymore. They're like disillusioned. And we are also disillusioned because many of us in our societies still believe that we are the best and everybody wants to be like us. Yes, many people cross the ocean to come to us, not the ocean, the Mediterranean, or across the Mexican border. But they just want to live better. I don't think they want these stupid dreams we are selling to everybody. So this is becoming more and more evident.
Yeah, there was years ago that I thought the European Union was an okay thing, but I have really changed my mind in the last 2 years. I mean, it is the amount of power they consolidated and how they that European Commission is making law limiting speech, right, about fundamental rights of citizens, of political speech, right, they're not even elected by anybody, and that's supposed to be and then if somebody doesn't comply, they have to the Googles or whoever, then they're gonna have to pay up to 6% of their revenues. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, hopefully somebody gonna sue them because it's really nobody voted for that. No single country has voted for that.
European Union is Soviet Union 2.0.
Well, yeah,
where the biggest people in charge of that union are called commissioner, like in Soviet Union.
Yeah, there is an article. It's called "The Art of Vassalization of Europe," and it's a European Center of Foreign Relations. And it's when somebody that scholar I listened about 2 years ago, he talked about the European Council being just vassals to the United States. I thought it was a bit harsh, but now I saw it again in actually the white paper for the Council of Foreign Relations for Europe, European Council of Foreign Relations (EC), and the Art of Vassalization of Europe. I think came up a couple of months ago. And it talks openly like Europe had completely delegated its own foreign policy, its all defense and everything to America, and that's why everybody is just basically follows America.
It's from the beginning. You have to understand that the European Union was constructed by the Americans.
Yeah, I never thought of that like that. I thought it was a little bit. I didn't thought it was a political project. I thought it was an economic project, but now it looks like that.
It's from the beginning.
Well,
even the euro money was created to just be something following the US dollars and never to compete, even if it was sold to the public opinion as something that will challenge USA.
Because I have never even dawned on me that I thought that was going to
there was at the beginning two ideas. One was more economical. That was the one the British wanted, and the other one was more political. And they all met by the invitation of the British. They all met in 1960 or 58. They all met in Geneva. And suddenly, the so-called, back then, Inner Six, they went to Rome and created the European Economical Community. Against the other ones, which later created the EFTA. So the EFTA was presumably to be economical orientated, free market orientated, and the other ones, the French, the Benelux countries, Belgium, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and Germany and Italy, they wanted to create a project that would have a more political goal. And we saw the European Union evolving with the times. So we had this the European Economic Community, then we had the European Community after Maastricht, which was already very politicized. They called it back then social-oriented. And then we had the Lisbon Treaty with the European Union, as we know, and this is a political union, but with a lot of problems because it is not democratic, and democracy is still based on the nation states where it comes from. So we have this conflict all the time between what democracy, that is the nation state, and this separate institution called the European Union, which is not trying to negotiate a kind of a common policy. Now is trying to impose a policy that
it's basically it's basically a political phase of NATO right now. What is happening right now is that NATO has a political body, which is European Union. Basically, how it works right now. I mean, there used to be like called separately, but basically NATO, basically the whole media, the whole narrative thing, the whole the spending on Ukraine, the whole geopolitical project. Now first Ukraine, now Asia, China. It's all dictated by NATO and by It is just astonishing how that. And for a while, everybody kind of like in the places like I'm from Poland, they thought that European Union is kind of like a brakes for some idiots up front that they want to kind of dismember the democracy or limit or do some shenanigans constitutionally. But now it's like I really don't know that whole thing needs to be reworked.
Nishka, there is nothing astonishing in that. Most of European countries within the European Union were first member of NATO and then become member of European
I was telling everybody like, oh, NATO is
it's the same coin with two different faces.
It was a carrot.
You have the
every
European Union faces and the NATO faces. You look at Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, they first became NATO members and then got included
Poland as well. It was like
European
NATO
Union.
first and then European. It was a carrot, like, oh, if you're gonna join NATO,
Exactly.
then you're gonna
That's the deal. That's the deal.
But
if you wanna be part of
you
it,
have one big
must
exception.
be.
That's why
Nevertheless,
everybody asked to join NATO. I'm like, come on.
Nevertheless, there are several European countries that were not NATO. But what Anishka said, it's very important, is this glue of European Union with NATO, but not just European Union, South Korea and Japan at the same time. And now you see like calls to put South Korea and Japan inside of NATO. This will be this is like an invitation for global instability. I don't know what these guys are thinking about.
Under European UN Charter, because you cannot really have you can have regional organizations, but I don't think you can have a cross regional organizations like this. I don't think the UN Charter allows that, as far as I recall. So that would be really kind of like go.
Which UN Charter?
Doesn't care about UN
The UN
Charter.
Charter has been abused every day by almost every country everywhere. The UN just exists for conversations, but in reality, the fact that France is not leaving Niger is in violation of a Niger Charter. The fact that America have bases in so many countries and they cannot leave them is a violation of the UN Charter. So there's so many violations already going on. You could make one tomorrow.
They were invited. Only the way the France did it with Niger on Burkina Faso, they instigated. I think the goal instigated. They said, we're going to give you the sovereignty in like 1960. So we're going to give you sovereignty. You're going to get your flag, but we're going to keep your finances. We're going to do your military. We're going to do your economics. We're going to do your currency, and we're going to do your foreign policy. So where is the sovereignty? But that's like so.
The problem of UN Charter,
and that is we're done with colonialism, so because it was not a good look anymore.
Yeah.
So
not really, but the problem with UN Charter, it's like a holy book of a religion. It's open to interpretation because there is no higher judicial instances that applies rules to every country.
But even that is problematic.
There is International Court of Justice.
No,
There is
contrary to that,
international court of justice.
about the Ukrainian war, you have the West who has an interpretation of UN Charter, and you have Russia, which is coming up
They said
with
they have
its
that under Charter
interpretation of
51.
UN Charter.
But
the
UN
UN
Charter
only
was
enforce its charters if it can bully you. The UN is currently killing people in Haiti and Congo because, again, only the UN only enforce this charter if it can bully the country. If it cannot bully the country, the charter
It's
does
called
not
the
exist.
rules made order. That's what
Like in Israel.
that is like a new, that is kind of like the beginning of the Ukrainian war, maybe a little before that rules based order has like appeared from nowhere, you know what I mean? So it's like everybody's like, what?
But what FCS was saying is very interesting, because most countries, nevertheless, they try to explain or justify their actions using international law. Well, the UN Charter, for instance, as well. That's not the only paper on the spot. And international law, nevertheless, is a case where, like you were saying, interpretations of the strongest are imposed to the weakest. So there is something new, where Knishka probably knows more than me, which is customary international law. The stronger countries are creating new law out of nothing that nobody signed about. And they are saying, we have been doing this all these years, so this has become law, and you have to conform to it. It doesn't matter if you signed the treaty or not. You're part of the treaty.
One of those funny countries is Portugal. Portugal saying they can prosecute anybody from any crime for anywhere. That's one of those make-believe and self-imposing godlike on people.
So it's called
It doesn't work.
legal precedent, and that's what they did. That's what America did with Kosovo. We say, oh, we have a legal precedent, and they say we're just gonna create it. We're just gonna set it up, and there's an opinion, sort of from a Court of International whatever.
Oh, a very interesting one.
But the Russian says, okay, you did that here, which is not accepted because of the Spanish or whatever, because of Catalonia or something. But they say we have a legal precedent, but they say, oh no, but that's different. So even the regular like common law precedents, legal precedent, but they don't even want to go there, because even on those grounds, the Americans cannot win that argument, because it's just not consistent with their argument is that we want to do whatever we want to do. That's kind of that, and
that's why you see the BRICS, and that's why you see the BRICS and the expansion.
Yeah, and I think with BRICS, I listened to your BRICS. I think with the BRICS, what's gonna make it or break it, they have to develop their own system alternative to SWIFT. Because at this point, so long that happened with Turkey, so long the West can blackmail the country that we're gonna cut you off from SWIFT, and there is no alternative for them to trade which is spread enough for them to survive.
Yeah,
they're not going to be able to.
It's already in place, because SWIFT is based on US dollars. SWIFT is only to trade in US dollars.
No.
Yes,
that
is correct.
No, that's true. BRICS is only about US dollars.
And it goes to the federal reserve, that's why they know what everybody's doing. But right now there are other
SWIFT is a European company, even. Come on.
I think it's from Belgium.
It's a Belgian company based in Brussels, and it's actually owned by United States.
All right, I have a question for you.
I
have a question for you.
Make threats to the people within SWIFT companies, and that's what happened, because in the SWIFT how to say CA.
Sorry,
the people who are managing SWIFT, you got the president, you got one seat for a Russian bank company, and despite that, United States was able to force SWIFT to kick out Russia.
Yes. That's why there has
to be the SWIFT,
and this is what I'm saying.
The SWIFT is just a message system. It can use different currencies. That's not the problem. The problem, obviously, is that this board decided to weaponize the payment system. And this is a big problem. The dollar exists as dominating reserve currency. That's another topic. It goes along with the SWIFT, but it's not the same thing. And let's not confuse, because we could have a payment system like SWIFT using different coins, and these exist. You can pay in yens, other coins that are not so talked about, euros, yens, pounds, and even yuans are already used to pay with SWIFT.
I know, but there's still an issue. There's still an issue, like they did with Turkey when they introduced the mir. They said, "Okay, we're gonna cut off the Turkish bank." So now they kind of did the, okay, we're gonna set up a separate bank that they're gonna just do the mir card. So there's still those situations that nobody wants to be really. Everybody is kind of over complies because they don't want to be cut off from the payment system, because it's really like you're thrown in a black hole.
Quite
so
true.
it's
the payment system is very important because they weaponize it. Another thing is called forex, and forex is a system where, yes, RL, this is the worst thing. You can never exchange your coin against another coin. You always use the US dollar. So you exchange euros against, for instance, I have to pay to China. I have to go to the forex, exchange it for dollars, and dollars for yuans. You never cross one coin. You never do a swap between these two coins. You always do it at 3 coins, and that's almost always, or 99% of the cases, is the dollar, and that's how this monopolization of the dollar actually happens.
It has greatly changed. It has greatly changed because you have also an alternative to SWIFT, because SWIFT, by the end, is just a software used by banks and financial institutions. And a bank
at this point, if you
can have the SWIFT software, but it can also have maybe the Chinese software.
Yeah, they do have one, but but
and also the SPFD or something like that, which is the Russian software. And the Indians are also working on their own software for exchanging money.
Indonesians as well. So what they are thinking about, is to create a system where they can send message through the Russian software to the Russian payment system, to the Indian payment system, or to the Chinese payment system. It's like a decentralized payment system where nobody really has control. Another option, which they have been talking about, is a kind of a digital currency where you don't need banks. And this is the thing that many banks in the world, even Russian banks or Chinese banks, are getting scared, is the fact that you just need a digital device, your mobile, in order to make a payment. You don't need any bank.
I don't know if they can.
What do you mean?
They're thinking about it. They have to do something, because that's the only thing which I think which really. But the trick is to roll it out, and that it's big enough that they would not, that the West would not dare to actually cut off all these countries simultaneously from SWIFT. I mean, because I don't think they would dare to cut off Saudi Arabia or Egypt, or Iran is already cut off. But it's you understand the thing of Brazil, or so the thing is, I think if you roll it out, simultaneously on a big enough scale, and it works, so it can function simultaneously to SWIFT without them. Because at this point, if somebody just like Turkey does it or something, they just can threaten and pick, or we're gonna sanction you, or we're gonna sanction you, or your bank is not gonna be able to transfer or do any transaction. So at this point, they are just still picking up, pick up one by one, and nobody and okay, never mind, everybody backs out. So there is still
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Let's say the same sanction Russia is facing right now, any other BRICS member face the same sanction. What happens to BRICS?
Nothing's happened to BRICS. Just going to cooperate more. I think Russia proved, because Russia is so big, Russia proved that made kind of the total sanctions kind of ineffective, because you can always now deal with Russia, and Russia kind of have everything.
No,
so
Russia will survive sanctions. I mean, like any other members of BRICS, not Russia. Russia, of course, who sure they can survive the sanctions. But other sanctions apply to Russia, you apply it to any of the current BRICS members. What happened to the whole BRICS apparatus? You say
Nothing's
nothing?
going to happen. Nothing's
Okay,
happening.
Voss.
Because they can still deal with Russia. We can still deal with Iran, and everything they basically want it can be found within the system. So they're now every metal, every other high end maybe chips, everything kind of can be found within that combination from
FCS,
energy and food and minerals and stuff like that, and machines.
FCS, to ask you a question. If the same sanctions were applied to Brazil or South Africa, maybe those countries will crumble.
Well, if they would did it before Russia, that would be problem. But now Russia.
If you apply to sanction to a country like China, which is
that would block the West.
The biggest
there
economic
you go,
partners
guys.
of most
That would
of most
that
of
would
the
block
world
West.
countries, of the countries around the world.
And that's the problem. And that's the problem because you cannot do it with China.
You cannot. The problem is that Russia was already too big a fish for this to be tried. It was a huge mistake. If they put more countries within that system, the West will start to crumble. You see, it's already too much, and they are trying already to doing it to Russia, to China. And we're seeing.
I read a lot of white papers, and it's astonishing. It's astonishing how they really believe that Russia is some third world country, that the people do not live like break wood for fire, and they don't know how to tie their shoelaces. They're really thinking that's like Russia, like in 1970s, and it's the Soviet Union, and nobody knows anything, and they're just like they just think they are not smart enough. No, it's like you listen kind of in a narrative that the Russians are like they don't know how to fight, they're demoralized, they don't know what they're doing, and everything else. It's just like they're still repeating that even after a year and a half. Obviously, they're not. It cannot be true. It's like it's so corrupt. You cannot be totally corrupt and have an army of 300 or 500 people in a field and everything functions. It just does not happen. If it would be corrupt, that would just not be that way. I mean, there's a lot of logistic trail behind it for this to happen. So obviously, it's working. Like when I listen to some Russians, they say they already by now actually the best thing, there was a little bit rough at the beginning. But by now, everybody kind of figured everything out. The chronicles got better. The production of everything got better. There's like 1,000 of different, drone companies, DUI, wherever everybody's doing, and in doing lots of, armor. Or
sorry, Agnieszka. Agnieszka, sorry, but that's Russian propaganda.
No, it's not Russian propaganda.
He's joking here.
These are just people doing stuff, this one comes out, this one comes out. This is not even actually like in the media. It's just like piece by piece. Because I understand enough Russian that I can watch Russian media and Russian like really different like small videos, people doing this drones or this drones or this drones,
Mishka, they had to convince their public opinion and also themselves.
Yeah, pretty much themselves.
Because people who knows Russia knows that Russia has a big industrial output. Industrial output, that means physical reality object, which allows for construction, for industrial project and so on. Wait. Russia, before COVID-19 occurs, had an industrial output that was greater than Germany.
Oh, come on.
No.
No. That's
not exaggerate.
No, come on.
It's true.
Come on. That's an official economic numbers. The industrial output of Russia was bigger than Germany. Germany doing it with less population and a smaller landmass. Russia has the biggest industrial output. Of course, not Mercedes, not BMWs.
Yeah.
But industrial output is industrial output.
Okay.
But the point here is not the reality. The point here is Nishka was trying to say, to convince themselves. And these politicians, they are really strongly convinced that Putin was crazy. Now they don't. Now they left it. But they really believe Putin is sick. Putin is really crazy. The Russians are imbeciles. The Russians are imbeciles. The Russians can't put two things together. They really believed for a while that this was true.
Putin
this
is a
is where
madman.
there are many people
But
still around that
those who
believe
have the
these
right
things.
data, those who have the right data knows that Russia produces more
Yes,
more
Ariel, that's not
engineers than
important.
United
That's the thing.
States.
That's not
The
I'm just
right
talking
important.
data.
about engineers,
Ariel,
being
know,
graduated.
if they had the real data in
Russia,
front of them that they wanted to listen, they wouldn't have put those sanctions. They really needed to convince themselves of that stupidity. They really
no,
needed it.
because
That's not
the
important,
West,
Ariel. You're losing the point.
the West,
The
the West
point is
is
not what Russia
vassalized to
is, it's
United
what we want to
States.
believe it to be.
okay.
Oh,
So
gosh,
here's
you guys sometimes.
No. It has nothing to do with that.
Well,
Maybe
there
in
you
United
go.
States, but in the rest of Europe, when
What in the rest of Europe?
2014, in Europe,
It
it's
happened what used to be
vassalized
in the
countries.
Soviet
You have
Union. You
vassalized
only
countries
had
in
to,
Europe. That's
there was
why.
just one
Wait,
narrative, and that only narrative. You couldn't say anything else. Everybody knows it's bullshit, but that over here, it apparently now they just went the same thing. And the analysis is so politicized that if you say anything else, you automatically ostracize. It's the end of your career.
Yes.
So it's so you cannot. It's just like orthodoxy or nothing. And now if you would do it with Venezuela, you can get away with it. If you do it with like maybe Iraq, you can get away with it, and it's not going to be catastrophe. But you did it with Russia, and it apparently that was a little bit too much. It's more than true. You know what I mean? And it's
yes. And in Europe, it was exactly the same. I'm sorry, Al. I don't know what you're talking about. In Europe was horrible what we had to listen to read in the newspapers.
Oh, I know that.
It's so stupid. I'm sorry, Al.
No, absolutely not. It was just about a narrative. Look at 2014 first round of sanctions against Russia.
They
Russia
really hit Russia hard. Come on.
No.
But there were
all the
still,
food and cheese was provided by Europe to Russia. Russia was a grain exporter. Russia was a food exporter. Russia adapted to those sanctions because Europeans were putting those sanctions because of United States.
Yeah, there were every year.
Why Europeans were putting sanctions to Russia in 2014? United States decided to still make business with Russia. The sanctions put by the European Union only impacted the United States.
It's not.
And the reality is Russia is a powerhouse now today of grain, agriculture, food, meat, but also industrial. And that was
amazing,
even before the COVID-19, before the war.
Amazing, Ariel. Can you explain me?
It has nothing to do with amazing thing. It has to do with reality. The industrial output of Russia was very big, even bigger than Germany itself. And
the West is fully aware of this. They are fully aware of this. They know exactly Russia's power. They're not crazy. The ones they see on CNN is to feed you, the common people, to give to bullshit. Those in the background know exactly what they are dealing with. You go to the military, you go to the military professionals, they know what Russia is. You go to the economic professionals, they know what Russia is. You go to the people that have any merit, they know exactly what Russia is. Those you see on BBC and CNN and Fox News, they just want to give the common people something to go talking about.
The think tanks in Washington DC, sometimes they have talks. They put them on Zoom. There's usually 30 or 40 people watching, not very many people. And I watch those things quite often. And this is the blob. This is like the inner circle. And these people about there's a spectrum of how much they believe. Not everybody is Ben Hodges, you know what I mean, and a complete idiot. But they say, they have some capacity, but they still believe that, for example, that the Russia will, for example, withdraw to the withdraw to give up, because they have to do something to
what
negotiate.
What FCS
or they still believe that they're not gonna like run out of missiles,
but what FCS is saying, it's also true. There are a lot of people. The people that really make the strategy, they know about these things. That's what he was talking about. I was saying that many politicians in our circuits started believing that stupidity. But the FCS, keep on, because you were saying the right things. Go on, guy.
Well, that Victorian Nuland was that's responsible for Orange Revolution. Then Victoria Nuland was responsible 2014, and right now she's a second in the State Department. So this is the same person who's been dealing with the situation for like since 2003 at least, right? So she was on a team in 2003. She wasn't on a team in 2014, and she's second in command right now. This is the same people, that regardless of what president there is. So they convince themselves that they can actually pull it off, because until 2022, if they said, we're gonna do this, everybody backed off, because nobody wanted to have a war, nobody wanted, so Russia was backing up, so they thought they can just keep doing that, and they still believing that they keep doing that, even though it suddenly did not work out. It did not click yet. It's not clicked in right now.
This is something from the zeitgeist. This is a philosophy theory, which is the social constructivists. They really believe that if they repeat the truth they think many times, it will become true. It doesn't matter what is really there, and there's actually many politicians that believe that.
Scary,
But
that is the image Africa been fighting for the past 100 years. You come to the West, they still think. You come to the West, they believe in 2023 we still have no airplanes in Africa, because it's the same thing. They repeat the same old nonsense to their populations over and over. And they go with this mentality, like, okay, this is true about these people. When I was in school in the States, some of them are completely shocked. Like, what you think live over? You think there's this university level educations, and they have no clue what was real in Africa. It's 2023, and some of them still believe to this day, I am not in Africa. Anyway,
it's unfortunate.
That's what's scary.
Sorry, Andrew.
When people start to believe they bullshit, Yeah.
Sammy that is in the backstage. You have to check your private chat. Please go to your setting, check your private chat. Yeah, I need to do verification. Yep. Oh, sorry. Please carry on.
Okay, Italiano.
And Andrea, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Okay, yeah, sorry about that. You guys are not taking into consideration the fact that a lot of you are saying, the opinion of like Western leaders, like whether the sanctions will work or not, like the work of strictly European Western leaders. You do not understand, in my opinion, like, and a lot of other people's opinion, the Americans that are actually behind this, of course, it's objective that they are the ones behind these sanctions. They knew the sanctions would not work as efficiently as they were publicized as. But the objective is to weaken their European quote unquote partners, to make them even more their slaves. Weak allies are easier to turn into slaves. That is a simple fact. They're trying to
Liberia is an example to that.
Liberia is a perfect example. You make a strong United States.
No. I read there's a Rand paper about the diminishing Russia, and in that paper it said directly that the imposing sanction on Russia would be at the cost of the European allies. That it will bring economic cost to Europe. They know perfectly well that is going to be at the cost of European Union.
That's what I'm saying.
Not exactly admitted, but in European Union, it's really
every time the Red president is interviewed,
years ago said that.
Yeah, every time the Red president is interviewed, asked the Red person in the Red department, they will give you the truth of what Russia is. Mm-hmm. Every time they have these hearings in Congress, that's the best time to get the true feelings of Americans' views of Russia. Like just recently, one of the U.S. military guys says, this is not even Russia fighting yet. So, because they know, they are fully aware of it. But as Andrew was saying, you're right. If you can fool these people in Europe, let's go sanction Russia, it's in our favor, it's going to weaken them up. And one of those countries is Liberia. My country, Liberia, have nothing. But everything America says, when I say jump, it's like, how high do you want me to jump? And it's easy, of course, it's an easy country to control in West Africa.
Your country is not free, you know that.
There's no free country in Africa. They are all now, none of them is free.
but yours is definitely not free.
Oh, mine.
The most free country in the world is Bhutan.
Bhutan, my fault. There's no boot in Bhutan. There's no country free in this world.
Exactly.
In some of
No, go on. Sorry, I just wanted to say you're exactly true. You're right. You're right.
in one way or another, they are being oppressed. So whether it's the United States of America or it's Bhutan or it's Liberia or it's Portugal or it's France, one way or another, the government is doing something that is not in the interest of the people. So
if you're a Christian, by the way, you will agree with me. The governments are not part of like God's work. Like God, as is written in the Bible, governments do not try to the West. The governments are not doing your interests. I'm sorry. Like even like a lot of people, a lot of pro-Russians. I'm sorry to say this as a pro-Russian myself in the Ukraine conflict. I'm extremely sorry to say this. A lot of pro-Russians are saying things like that Russia will help help Africans, but only for the sake of helping Africans. They will help Africans, but the underlying reason is to weaken the American sphere of influence. That reason was absent, do you believe truly the Russians would?
I do. It is not like even like Prigozhin was saying. He was outraged. Remember that, like, oh my God, they are giving 5% to Niger of the sale of uranium because they were giving them $15 of sale for 271. You know what I mean? So like that's outrageous. I mean, at least give them half. I mean, do a half be fair. You know what I mean? So they're not gonna be benevolent. That nobody. I don't think anybody wants that. I mean, the Africans are fair if you deal with them fairly. And nobody wants charity, and nobody wants, but like doing 5% for like 4 years or something like this, that's exploitation.
Andrea,
I think Russia wants to rebuild a community of allies, not allies, but a community of friends, and that's why they are more interested in Africa now. They want to rebuild a community of well-intended countries with whom they can deal with. And it's not just economically. It's deal with because for the Russians, the capital, it's not seen immediately. Well, they were communists, they understand this very well. The capital is not just money. It's also influence. It's also cultural. It's many things.
Also, they do have something to offer. You know, I mean, they do have something to offer. They do have the technical skills. They have and there has always been that there is a history of cooperation. If you lived in the Eastern Bloc countries, and there always contracts to go to Libya, to go to Africa. All those countries always had cooperation with those countries. So there's a history of that cooperation.
Okay, Sammy, introduce yourself.
Hello, Sam Coster.
Yeah, hello, Sammy. Yeah.
Good to see you all. I'm interested in joining you. I've been with Wyatt on these shows for quite a while, and I enjoy his sit reps. Just wanted to join in and introduce myself.
Okay, Slava Ukraine.
It's interesting. No, I just wanted to say one little thing. Prata, you said friends. Countries, like in my personal opinion, you need to maybe I'm biased, maybe I'm just a very I'm Christian, right? So I believe that in my opinion, countries do not have like friends. Calling another country a friend implies a moral reason to stay attached to it, and I believe that countries have no morals. That's my personal opinion. Governments have no morals. That's my personal opinion. Like governments are ungodly. That's my personal opinion. And and the Nishka is I think I remember she's Polish, if I am correct. Nishka, you should know it better than all of us. You're being armed by the West, by the US, not because they are interested in your own interest. Like, what do you think the US cares? Like, do you think the average American in, like, I don't know, Denver cares? Oh, I wonder how the Polish citizens in Warsaw are doing. Of course not. The West cares because they want Poland to be the little guard dog of Europe. They're not trying to arm them because they like knowing, the citizens in Krakow are doing well. They don't give a damn.
Yes,
the U.S. government gives no damn.
And Poland is too big.
Countries sometimes have a community of well-intended countries around. It's not friends in the sense of friends. They are countries that are oriented to the same goal. And this is what the Russians are doing. Trying to construct a community.
I can agree to that. Yes. They agree. They have the same goal, but they're not
Russia.
like technically friends. Also, FCS, go on.
Russia,
I think you
Russia
wanted to say
doesn't
something.
need Russia doesn't need to steal African resources. They just want to make sure EU is suffer
Doesn't
and
get them.
begging to get
They
them.
do not want the EU to get them. They do not care where they go, but they do not want them to go to the West. They do not want them to go to the West.
They want them to pay and
Yes,
pay
exactly.
the right.
In 2009, Putin has some. This is when people have Russia been trying since 2009. Okay, I guess Putin. I don't know. I think have like a schedule when you do certain things. In 2009, Russia started this sending these ambassadors and reopening embassies around Africa and working with African heads of state. But people tend to forget that part. This is way back. I remember I saw an article on this. So
Sorry.
Russia knows eventually they and the West are gonna clash, whether it's be political, whether it be whatever it be, they're gonna have some kind of disagreement. That was bound to happen. And Russia know they have a lot to sell and very few people to buy. In the same thing China is doing. They have a lot to sell and very few people to buy. And the people that have to buy, the people are basically their enemies. So if we can help another region to somewhat have a consumer middle class or stable middle class, we have more to sell to, and we can tell the West, and we can tell.
The Chinese idea, we want to develop those countries so we can have consumers. I mean, that used to be the same idea about Americans, but for some reason they just got that, being ideology got kind of on top of the development.
It was cheaper to oppress them than to work with them. Okay, that's how America figure. America said, it was just easier and a little bit cheaper to just oppress them. Like currently, there's more than 20 military bases in Africa from US. Why do the US have 20 military bases in Africa? Why?
Well,
Russia is
I mean, it's self-explanatory.
There is one I don't like. There is one in Botswana. I want that shit to go away.
Okay, and there's 3 next door to me. Go figure.
It's not necessary, really.
Your country is the United States.
Oh, my country begged for America to import a military base. My country begged for it, but it got denied. Can you believe it? They literally asked for it. So we want it. Give it here. They said, no, we're not giving it to you.
I just want to make this clear, but the U.S. citizens is not at fault for this. Like the fault does not fall on the U.S. citizens. The government.
We're not talking about
government
the
is at
people.
fault.
Yes, it's not about the government.
That was not put on a referendum.
American people, they are cool,
I wanted to say this because of Sammy over here. He's American, so I didn't want him to feel like at fault.
Sammy's hanging up
No,
on the
let
US.
Sammy speak. Let Sammy speak, I think.
Y'all are ganging up on the U.S. Yes.
No, it's not.
Sorry about that, Sammy. Yeah, it just.
It's a political
There is
class
a
in the United
conflict.
States.
Russia and the United States has an extended conflict between the two of them. There is no doubt about that. And it has to do with NATO. The U.S. supports NATO. It supports the European Union. They want it to do well. We hope that it does well. And it has encroached upon the borders of Russia to a large degree. I will be the first to admit that, but I think it's inevitable. It's going to happen. We're going to come closer. But we'll see what that is. Now, Andrea, you obviously have something to say.
No, I just wanted to say that, you have a point because, I mean, that's in the interest of the US. Like, let's not lie to each other. Like, it's in the interest of the US to be an imperial, as a global power, to try and extend their sphere of influence across the world. Let's not lie to ourselves. It's the objective of global powers. And of course, the U.S. what the U.S. is doing and what the U.S. has been doing throughout these last decades is try to defend and extend their sphere of influence. Of course, Sammy, I'm not trying to say
I don't disagree with you. We're going to expand the sphere of influence as much as we can. We want to incorporate people. We want to bring them in. and work with each other. That's what we're
Mhm.
looking for. We aren't
The-
upset about BRICS. We aren't upset
The
about all
problem,
these-
Sami,
Actually, I don't blame United States. I blame the European leaders to go
Oh,
along
yeah.
with that bullshit.
I think RL want to say something, but first,
Of
go on.
course, you
Yeah,
don't
sorry.
like bricks.
The main
Well, of course.
issue in the Russian point of view of NATO expansion is not per se the expansion itself. It's that NATO has stated that Russia is one of their targets. And having the expansion of NATO towards Russia was for Russian, especially with NATO stating that Russia is the target, a big issue, of course. And here you have
And
that
is-
mess. They
and
decided to
is-
mess in Ukraine while stating that Russia is their target.
That's
Then
why
you
it's
have
not
that
so
mess.
simple
It's
as
not just a one-way street, RL. It's a two-way street. Soviet Union looks at the West as possible enemies, as well as the West towards the Soviet Union.
Yeah,
They
that
have
was
stockpiles
Soviet
of
Union.
weapons.
There is no more Soviet Union, Sami.
There is no
I know,
more
but it's
Soviet
Russia.
Union.
Is
No,
this
it's
Russia is
Russia. It's not
Russia
the
is
same at
different than
all.
Soviet Union.
What's your
They-
point?
You know,
Russia continues as the old Soviet Union, where I was stationed over in Germany and other parts of Western Europe during the Soviet Union. But now it's Russia. Russia is very much the same way. They still have their weapon stockpiles.
I have a big
Based
disagreement
on
with you,
what?
Sammy, because
Okay.
Based on what?
Soviet Union has something to sell, which was communism, in the term of ideology. Now, tell me what Russian has to sell
Other
as
than
a term
gas,
of ideology,
I don't know.
except
Oil and
maybe
gas.
anti-LGBTQ thingy. Except
Russia,
that,
you know
Well,
what
what has
Russia has to
that's your
Russia
sell,
to
RL?
hang up,
sell?
not
RL,
mine.
RL, you know what Russia has to sell? An alternative. This is all the thing, with the multipolar world.
Yeah, but they are selling it in reaction to what happens to them. Because
course,
they
yeah,
were very
sure.
happy to have Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. They were very
Yeah.
happy to make business with the European Union. They are still selling their titanium to United States. I mean, after the fall of Soviet Union, Russia began to be capitalist in a way.
Yes.
Their way of capitalism. So it wasn't an issue of ideology per se.
you know,
So
one thing
the
I'm-
thing about
Go
American,
ahead, go
like
ahead.
American, every
State
country want
ideology
to
is actually forbidden by constitution in Russia. There's forbidden, like they have like you cannot have a state ideologies. It's forbidden by the constitution.
Wow. So because every country, of course, they all want to expand their influence and and control. But America is very special because they already is the most powerful country in the world. Like at the end of the Cold War, so they, and in fact, Russia, under Putin, when Putin took over, he really wanted to be part of Europe. He really wanted to be part of this system, and he made it clear that he wants to be part of it. But United States keep pushing Russia away because there is the military-industrial complex they need to feed. They need to have this. They need to have an enemy, even though that actually everybody want to be friends with United States. So that's just how it is. And Russia is too big. Russia have a potential to become another powerful country again, which is what we are witnessing now. China is another one. Potential. They are not yet. Not yet at the level of. No, not yet. They are not yet at the level of United States.
They are stronger than the EU.
Oh, but they are not stronger than the United
But
States.
the power, the EU is not a global power. The EU is a puppet of like a global power. The EU is not at all.
We
or
have
as the US would call them, an ally. But
Germany and France
Sammy seems to be a bit bothered by the use
plus,
of words I
plus
chose.
Italian is a very industrial country, so.
But the Europeans should not get like a free pass on this. I mean, because they do have a brain, and if they would just wanted to make decisions and just get out of this, pretend United States is to blame for anything. They should, they should just, it's the will is there, and they're realizing. I watched some Polish shows, like political shows, and they are definitely having a aha moment. Well, maybe that wasn't that what was being taught like a year and a half ago. Maybe that is not how it's going on. You know what I mean? So they are realizing that the stuff it's not what it were. The thing they were sold, that everything's going to be so easy that Russia is going to just fall apart, and everything's going to get a couple of months of sanctions, and everything's going to be half the nice and dandy, and maybe we're just going to do another we're just going to tell them what to do, and we're going to have some inroads and stuff. So
I
that's what they
suspect
thought,
I suspect it's because they buy into their own propaganda.
Yes,
The
they do.
politicians, because they have been doing that for like 20 years. The newer generation of leaders did not realize that these are all propagandas. They thought that these are real, that Russia is really lousy and whatever. They bought it, and then they just implemented the sanctions. They go to war in Ukraine, and then they thought that whatever they have been preaching actually will come true. And then when it didn't, they got shocked. And then their own GDP started to drop, price started to increase, then they start to deal with their problem. Like, even the UK Prime Minister now, the Rishi Sunak, I just read on Twitter just now. I'm not sure I haven't confirmed the information, but no, there are petitions again to pull him down. So he just become the Prime Minister not too long ago. So that is the result of this cycle where they are going against their own interest
Germany,
by doing something they can't.
In Germany, they're still like, well, we have a kind of a problem. It doesn't look like the energy thing from Russia. It's kind of like a lack of it. It's kind of problematic. What's going on? It's
Sorry,
problematic.
no. It's Lucas. Lucas.
It was Lucas.
Audio.
It's like so, and it's the recession is because they don't, they're all high. Their chemistry industry is down the drain. They're high, like aluminum and steel. Everything when you kind of need for cars is down the drain because the energy is too expensive. They cannot subsidize anymore, and they have not transitioned into green energy. And plus, they're talking about the green hydrogen, for which you need gas, by the way. Green hydrogen comes from gas, and you need to have it like a solar panel and still gas, and they had everything piped directly to their factories and directly to their homes, and they now just cut everything off. So now they're buying LGN from Russia.
Exactly,
so,
Nishka.
Yeah. So
the US will not change to green power, but I'm sorry if I interrupt you. Like I'm truly sorry, but I just think Lucas should finally be able to introduce himself. Like I saw him like half an hour ago online, and he didn't. Oh no, it's okay, sure. Lucas.
Lucas, you unmute yourself.
I just wanna hear him say his last name.
So Lucas, you unmute yourself, and then you try to talk.
Yeah, try unmuting yourself.
Yeah, you need to turn off your speaker as well.
Yeah, you need.
There's audio feedback.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
But there's echo.
Okay.
There's like echo. You need to turn your speakers down.
Again?
It's okay. You introduce yourself first. We will listen. Then after that, you fix your audio.
I think it's fixed now. Oh no, never mind. Oh, sorry. Introduce yourself anyways, Lucas.
Oh, he dropped out again. Yeah, he always just press leave. He always just turn off and then disappear out.
Just to go back to this conversation, when I mentioned 2009 earlier, that's when Russia withdrew from the WTO. You guys tend to forget this. Russia for many years was trying to join the WTO, but the West kept impeding Russia from joining. And after the West basically kicked them out, after the Russia withdrew, that's when Russia refocused its attention to other countries outside of Europe. And this is when Putin started. I think it was Medvedev actually, but of course Putin was in the background. This is Russia started going towards Africa and started reinforcing the position in Africa and other places. And fast forward to 2014, the war broke out. And once the war broke out, Russia, after that sanctions again, Russia now got more reason to go for outside bodies, because our first initial sanctions, second sanction that follows that is okay. This really have to be our agenda. We have to go out of these European bubbles. And 2022, it basically was like a seal. They say this is it. This is just, we have to make sure we basically expand beyond the European continent if we want to remain as a country, we want to remain as a challenger to these people. So,
Yes,
no need.
yes. Yeah, just to add to your timeline there, prior to 2009, what led to them getting kicked out of the WTO, or at least it triggered it in some way, was Putin's speech at the security conference in 2008, where he basically said,
I love that speech.
This is what we're going to do moving forward. So Putin set the table back in 2008, and he's been planning this ever since, along with his reliable allies. So they're playing the long game for sure.
Yep.
The longer game.
This is where sometimes a dictator or tyrannic or whatever you want to call it plays out. His plan will never be fulfilled in 2 terms. 4 or 5 times later, this is the Russia we have. We have, in our same time frame, we've have 4 presidents in the USA, and now we have a bunch of people around San Francisco with needles in their foot.
But when you think about it, it is schizophrenic. When Russia is the largest country in Europe, right? It has it is like a natural, like a storage for all the resources that are missing in the rest of Europe. And this whole idea, like that Russia is outside of Europe, they are not European. I mean, this whole this whole framework that let's do Europe without Russia is just insane. It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
I've
never understood it myself.
Someone in German said they don't even look like us. I don't think they are human. I was like, what the?
As a non-European, I have lived in Europe, but as a non-European, I've never understood the hatred towards Russia to those exact points that you just stated. You've got this massive country that supplies you with everything that you don't have. And I understand that there's history but it's not like European countries don't have history with each other outside of Russia. Like, I've never understood just the vitriol towards
and
Russia.
It's not just coal or gas, but it's Tchaikovsky, it's Dostoevsky, and it's Tolstoy. I mean, the whole culture, it's so integrated in a European culture that it's like you cannot really untangle that. It's part of it.
I mean, you can go back and you can look at newspaper cartoons from like 200 years ago, where they're making fun of Russians, like British newspaper cartoons from 200 years ago, talking about Russian bears and all this, and it's like, when they found it was a Russian Cossack. When they found the Neanderthal for the first time, they thought it was a Russian Cossack. I'm not even kidding. So
No, but
you can also find the propaganda. If you look at France, at the end of Second World War, 70% of the French people thought that Nazi Germany was destroyed by Soviet Union. Now, in 2023, you have 80 or 90% of the people who think that Nazi Germany was crushed thanks to USA.
Oh yes,
true. That's fucking true. And Nunya, I am just gonna say this really quick. When you quote the propaganda cartoons, right? Newspapers. You need, of course, that is gonna happen. Because of course, imperial powers are always gonna be in competition with each other. And Britain was an imperial power. Then you had, the Austrians that also hated the Russians, but then you also had the Germans who also hated the Russians, and the Germans and the Austrians hated themselves, each other, because of course, imperial powers are always gonna strive against each other for their own benefits. Russia, however. Some Eastern European countries, I will admit, even as a pro-Russian, have a point in distrusting at least Russia. Poland, I am sorry to say this, but Russia did indeed participate in the partition of Poland multiple times. Last time, 1939, the occupation of the Molotov-Ribbentrop.
We also burned Moscow to the ground.
I remember that. Yes, of course, but the Poles reached Moscow, of course, and the French too. They reached Moscow. I remember. So the Russians themselves are very, very wary of Western European countries. They do not like them at all because, of course, they've always felt under siege by all the Western powers. The problem is that some Eastern European countries do have the reasoning, like the actual reasoning to not trust Russia.
Yeah.
the
But
the
once,
so
but,
the hatred against Russia is not completely,
It's a manufacture.
unsourced.
It's a
but also, but
manufacture.
It's
also add some
manufactured, yes.
context here
So
also.
these
Also, don't
people,
forget
these
also
people.
Wait.
in Africa.
Let
Hold on.
VCS speak. VCS, sorry.
Okay, to add some context to this also, even the last days of their colonial physical presence in Africa was also undermined by Russia. And one thing these people hate is to lose their kick. And Russia, everywhere they've ever been, I think historically, Russia have undermined them in some way or another. Their last days in Africa was about 90%, about 50%, maybe another 40% to China will be undermined in Africa. So that hatred, even there's this Russian statue of Stalin in Guinea. The French basically have to pass by to go to the French embassy. There was many requests by the French to remove the statue of Stalin from Guinea, but forgetting to know the statue was there because of what the Russian government did for Guinea to get in the French out of Guinea. But yes, so they have some. It's not more for physical interaction, but more of the other, as Andrew said, there's competition against one another, and Russia have always been a pain in the ass for them. So I guess they found a reason to kind of turn into this boogeyman.
I
Yeah.
think
I don't believe
I
that
think we
anybody
tend to
in
see
Europe.
this in
I don't
terms
think
of
anybody in Europe actually
long.
believe that Russia would invade the Western Europe.
I
I don't
think
think
we
Guys,
anybody.
please let's let Lucas introduce himself. I'm so sorry to interrupt you guys. I love this debate. I love the topic, but Lucas
So
needs to introduce.
Lucas have been here a lot of times, I think.
Yeah, but he hasn't introduced himself. He hasn't had the chance
He's
to. So let's let
still
him.
yet to speak.
Yes, Lucas.
I think introduce yourself, Lucas.
Very well dressed, by the way. Beautiful.
So, thank you. So in 2015, in October, I was in Barcelona, and in Barcelona we met with some representatives that, how can I explain it, do military sciences of Russia and do military sciences of China. And we were in a discussion there because I wrote something on high school with regard to with regard to international diplomacy, banking, and government structures in the world. That's where I started, and then we automatically rolled into the subject of the Ukraine war. And yeah, what I now see as response from the Kremlin is kind of obvious for me to see the connection with the conversation that we had in 2015. What a lot of people don't know is that BRICS is not only focusing on the initiators, but also on countries that have the same first initial. So, for instance, South Africa, they work a lot with Switzerland and with Sweden and with Spain together. So the initiative of the BRICS is wider than just anti-Western, anti-European. No, they work with a lot of states in the world, and the escalations of the Ukraine war, they just show that the NATO countries are just lagging in their response to create a good economy and create a good production facility. So yes, Andrea.
So yes,
What do
are
you
you
want to-
saying BRICS is not like as we all think, I agree with we all agree that BRICS is not trying to act as a sort of Europhobic, quote unquote, Westphobic alliance, but in fact is just trying to counter American interests in Europe. Is that what you're trying to say, Lucas?
Yeah, for instance, India, they work with Indonesia, but also with Italy, and also with, you know, it's a way wider initiative.
Lucas, did you know that when we had COVID, the COVID emergency, you know what country sent us their help? The first country to send our helps, it was Russia. It was Russia, and of course, well, Cuba and Albania too. But Russia was the one of among the first ones. So as you said, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. The BRICS countries are not like anti-European. They do not hate the European people, but they're
But
anti-American interests.
Did you know, Andrea? Russia, they were the ones that wanted to join the NATO.
Yes, I know about that.
But
Yeah.
but why does for instance the United States don't want Russia to be a member? It's
You
just
don't have any boogeyman. You need a boogeyman
because
to have a reason.
then all the problems are gone, you know.
They did an
So-
enemy.
Not
Yeah.
only that,
Sami should speak.
Lucas,
Prata
Lucas.
first, and then Sami, and then
Wait.
sorry, RL. Sami. Just sorry. Sorry.
Lucas, you have to understand that Putin made his statement of joining European Union and NATO when it was Bill Clinton who was the president. You can still
Yeah,
see
sure.
the footage of it. You have Putin and Bill Clinton, and Putin said,
Yeltsin it was, right?
I would like to join NATO. I would like to join European Union. And you immediately see Bill Clinton like saying nothing, because
But was it
in my
Yeltsin,
point
right?
of view, because in my point of view, the goal of the United States was from the beginning and was always the same. It was to dismantle Russia, a country
Okay,
too
Sami.
big with so many natural resources. And now you can see it within the European Union institution, where they are inviting all those Russians anti-Putin thingy in a kind of parliament of free Russians, and wanted to dismantle Russia in several different republics.
Why? It's
Well,
5
I
hours.
think
5 hours.
Okay. So I wanted to say something about we have this perspective nowadays of our relationship in Europe with Russia. It kind of like if it was eternal. It was not always like that. When we had Yeltsin, things in Russia was so chaotic, and Putin come to power. Everybody loved Putin. Putin was the guy we wanted to talk with. So actually, there is a time of period, even after 2000, even after the Georgian War, where actually we see in Russia a partner we want to work with, and we worked with. Afghanistan wouldn't have been possible. The invasion of Afghanistan wouldn't have been possible if Putin didn't ask the Central Asia or allowed the Central Asian countries to put for the US to put some bases there.
They
But
will
the
find a way.
thing is that about 2008, something started to change in Russia. And in 2010, we have the first commercial wars of the European Union against Russia. And the reason for that was that Russia was not giving enough contracts to European countries and was preferring to give contracts to Russian enterprises. This was a big commercial war. In 2011, 2012, the Europeans start the first regime change in Russia. We also forget that it was Europeans who tried the regime change. I don't think even the US was involved on it. They really thought that they were having the thing is that it's not the partition that RL was saying, is about having the allowance to go and take what they did in Africa, to go in Africa to Russia and take as much as they can. So that was what was stopped. After 2012, that was more than obvious. After 2013, the Europeans understood that the Russians are not going to allow them to steal as much as they want, and they wanted to make the partnerships with the special partnerships with the Eastern European countries. They wanted to take all the left of the Eastern European countries and Central Asian countries out of Russia influence. It is like that. If you Russians don't let us steal from them, we are going to take them away from you. And this is what happened with Ukraine in 2014. Actually, these partnerships was completely anti-Russian. Russia offered them, let's make a free trade area from Lisbon to Vladivostok. We listened to this many times. And people now forget. And even after 2015, when Russia occupied Crimea and Europeans understood they lost the power, they can't go against Russia already. They made all those sanctions, and Russia, I know what you all guys said, Russia was very hard target. They lost 5% of their GDP and had many years of stagnation. And they learned the lesson. Now, what happened now was the fact that Europe understood that after the COVID, they lost importance in the world. The US too. They went away for these 2 years, and when they wake up, they noticed everything is being given to the Chinese. The Russians didn't went to sleep. They went open embassies everywhere in Africa. And this is when anyone with 2 eyes in their face would have understood we are going to a big war. These guys are not going to accept that they lost terrain, and it's what this war is for. I don't even believe that Errol is saying that they want the partition. Some drunk guys in the European Parliament may say that. Some stupid oblivious guys in the
it has nothing. Prata, the very thing I'm not okay with what you say is you are saying that European Union and countries from Europe are deciding something.
Don't talk over each other. Talk one at a time, please. Please.
No, Prata. What you say has no logic. What you say, Prata, has no logic. You have to understand, Prata, that European countries are vassals to United States. What they say and what they decided is because Uncle Sam has decided for them.
Amazing.
That's why the 2014 sanctions was only applied by European countries and not by United States. And the goal of dismantling, please hold on. And the goal of dismantling Russia, please hold on. Hold on, I'll let you talk and say things about what I've said. You are not in accordance with what I said. No problem.
This is lack of respect.
No. You lack respect because you don't want me here saying what I want to hear and what I want to say.
But he was talking first.
The goal. Let me add to what I say. The goal of dismantling Russia is a reality. You forgot about Chechen War. The first one and the second one. And it was stated by the Russians themselves that the Chechens were supported by foreign agents and foreign powers. We don't have the proof on Wikipedia. Doesn't matter. For the Russians, the West, with the help of Turks and the help of Saudis, have helped the Chechens
how can you dismantle?
to destroy that country.
You know how big, Errol, please, now answer my questions. It will be short questions. How big is Chechnya? You know, Chechnya
It's very small.
It's very small. Chechnya doesn't mean anything.
It's very small.
Yeah, what's the economical weight of Chechnya in Russia? Nothing. This is the less educated people in Russia.
You forget something. You forget something big. Russia is a country which is very easy to split.
Come on, please don't talk over each other. It's getting boring, guys. It's getting annoying for the users.
You are asking why. I try to answer you.
No, it's not why. It's not. What's the percentage? What's the percentage of Russians in Russia? Ethnic Russians in Russia. Tell me.
80%. 80%.
Okay, how can you split the country?
Where are those 80%? To answer your question, where are those 80% located geographically?
It doesn't matter. They are the majority on the country.
It matters when you want to split a country as big as Russia.
Why do you want peace? Why do you
Siberia,
want?
Russian ethnics are not majority.
Yes, they
In
are.
Caucasus,
It depends.
Russian ethnics
Yes,
are
they
not
are.
majority.
Yes, they
That's what
are.
I'm
You
trying
prove
to
it.
Can I
explain to you.
intervene? Can I intervene?
Because Russia is what it is today in a federal in a federal state. How you say Russia? It's
The guy
very
doesn't
easy to
stop.
break
He
it.
drank too much, probably.
No, I'm sorry. Russia, splitting Russia was in the plan of the Anglo-Saxons from the beginning.
Work. Ariel, it doesn't work, so it's stupid.
It doesn't
This
work.
is a mirage.
It's another thing.
Ariel,
That's their
80%.
thinking of the Anglo-Saxons. Their
Ariel,
project is to break that country.
Why don't you answer to the real questions? Where is Russians not the majority? Is in little republics in the Caucasus.
Chechnya, they're not the majority.
Dagestan,
In Abkhazia, they're not the majority. In Ingushi, they're not the majority. In Dagestan, they're not the majority. In Tuva, they're not the majority. You see, it's very easy to break that country.
It's not true,
Okay.
and you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
It's not
I'ma
true,
say
and you
something.
don't know what you're talking about. That's why you believe it.
I know what I'm talking about. In Chechnya, the majority ethnic are Chechens. You can say, no, it's Russian. I mean, come on, in which reality are you living? In which reality are you living?
Ariel, sometimes you should listen and not drink too much.
Please let Don speak,
No,
guys. Both of you
I
are
drink,
behaving like
it's
children.
my
Stop it.
freedom. I know what
Getting
I'm
annoying.
saying. Russia is a federal state with different republics inside of it, in which Russian ethnics are not majority in every place in that federal state.
Yeah.
That's
so,
why you have in the European Parliament for Freedom Russia people from Ingushi, people from far west, from Siberia, who want to break up that country so they can have their own
Come on,
independence.
Al, stop believing in
And
jokes.
those are funding
It's a
by the
joke.
West. Yes, it's a joke to break that country. Of course, it's a joke, but it's what the West is planning to do, and are still funding those crazy independence inside Russia, even if it's a losing dream. But they are doing it. And if you look at the plan of breaking Russia, because that country is too big, with too many resources, natural resources, it dates back from the 19th century and beginning of 20th century. That plan existed, even if it's totally realistic.
Okay,
as you
can that be
and
enough?
correctly
I think.
said, they are still playing that game.
Stop. You're not
Okay.
right. Stop.
Go ahead,
Dan
Professor.
wanted to say
Please,
something.
No. You think I'm not right? That's your
course you're not.
right to say
Yeah,
it.
go with the statistic.
But I'm sticking with that, and I have argument to put in it, even if you don't want to listen.
Okay. On neutral party, Sammy, go ahead.
I was going to give it to Dan.
Yeah, go on then, yeah.
Oh, no. This guy is going to sell us propaganda from Russia.
Yeah. Z-bot. Boo. Vatnik. Sorry.
I came in late to the conversation, but Prada, it is a joke that they would want to break it up. The idea of it probably ran through somebody's mind. About the majority, I live in Siberia here next to a lot of ethnic republics. And, I mean, it seems like they're the majority. Would they try, like the Siberian people are very peaceful, but would they try? Right now, no. In the future, maybe. I don't even know why you guys thought about it. There is majorities of other people that are not Russian. The further east you go, they're mostly where they come from. Like Russia, when it expanded, it didn't kill everybody off. So those people still exist. That's the truth. And that's all I had to say.
So you're saying that there wasn't a genocide of the Siberians, as a lot of Western sources claim, like a total genocide. No,
that's what the West does. The West genocide everybody, so it thinks everybody does it.
If one thing showed the unity of the Russian peoples, so like the Rossiyani, as they say in Russian, the citizens of the Russian Republic that are not all necessarily Russian ethnically speaking, is that when the Wagner rebellion we saw a unity in Russia that was unexpected. Like personally, I would have expected, breakaway republics, a civil
What's
fucking war,
unity?
a civil fucking war. We didn't
You're
see
not
that
even
because
sure
the
about
Russians
it.
are united, are much more united than we actually thought. In the West, we would have
No,
expected.
that
Yeah,
using Wagner uprising is a wrong example because even the Russians themselves were not sure what was going on.
No, but let me make myself more clear. I'm sorry if I
Okay.
made myself clear. What I was about to say is that in a ethnically diverse state
Yeah.
where the different ethnicities want independence during such a period of unrest, what would you
True.
see? You would see strive for independence. You would see a sort of a complete civil war,
That is true.
breakaway republics. And
Yeah.
what I'm saying? I'm saying that the Russian peoples are much more united than the West.
I agree. But Wagner definitely is an example because Wagner didn't last a day to even inspire, even if they have
Well, that is fair.
even if they have
No.
any drive to want to go independent, Wagner didn't give enough momentum to come out publicly. So
I
Well,
would
the
just
thing
say
is that
the Wagner actually put a good test on the country actually,
Yeah.
because Wagner is very, very popular. Prigozhin is very, very popular, and
What?
they proved themselves
What?
in the battlefield. And so
he still lives.
there is possibility. You see, you can imagine, and I'm sure everybody can imagine the possibility that there are military formations or leaders or even the civilians may think that they should back Prigozhin, but the result of zero backing, nobody actually went against the government. That's unimaginable. Like for me, it's like
Exactly.
wow.
Yeah.
No one would have expected it. I don't think. I think even the most pro-Russian people might not have expected it.
But
I
here's the
expected
thing, though.
myself.
With
Yeah, I expected
Prigozhin,
that.
it was very
Yes, sir, go ahead.
unpredictable. Nobody knew what he was doing. If people really believed this was a really mutiny and really uprising, some people could have come forward. But with all his previous complaints, Shoigu and pointing to dead bodies, people have no idea what stunt he was pulling. If people really believe this guy was up to something valid, some people could have come forward. But with him, it was just unpredictable. And up to this day, nobody have a very good clear what was going on.
Because the thing is, right, Russia is a big country. There are corruption. There are too much bureaucracy. People don't like the bureaucracy. They know that some people on top don't really care about the people below. That is very Russians themselves
everywhere.
know this, and Prigozhin is playing on this. You see, when they say that the Ministry of Defense, the leadership is not listening to us. They're trying to tell them, they're not listening to us. That kind of thing. And then they got so angry that they have to march on Moscow, and no one backed them. To me, that is the key. You see, no one backs them.
That makes sense.
Despite that bureaucracy and
The
corruption and
momentum
everything.
to trigger somebody to react. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
They could at least trigger one or two person to say something or to
Not
react.
even one person.
Yeah.
I can't believe not even one person. That is like wow.
Especially among the politicians, that surprised me so much. The politicians all signed, they all went with Putin. And just to add on what Dan said in the chat, he said majority of the people in Siberia of military age serve in Russian army and they're assimilated. That's exactly the point. They're assimilated. I saw this very funny video, admittedly, of a little Buryat girl. Buryats are an ethnic group of Siberian peoples. I think Mongolic. Someone will. Near the Baikal Lake, this little girl was saying, "Yeah, Ruskaya, yeah, Ruskaya. I'm a Russian ethnic. Ruskaya means ethnic Russian girl. They assimilate themselves with the Russian in such a way that Russia. As I said, the point I believe that in Russian history we will see that Ruski and Rossiyani will completely disappear as a concept. They will merge. That's what possibly will happen. They will merge as a concept. Just as
Andrea,
they happen. Yeah, sorry, go on.
These already exist in terms of organic composition. Many of the ethnic, you see, not all ethnicities were conquested. Many joined and merged in an organic system. You see, the Ossetians exist because they adhere to the Russian Empire, and they can't imagine a country where there is no Russian. They are completely integrated. Even many Armenians still think like that. even the Buryatis, for instance. They are like an arm, a military arm, ready, like Cossacks almost, ready to act. They will be the first to offer to go to war, because this is a kind of organic composition that state exists in. Even the Yakutia has a majority. It's a very big country, has a majority of Siberian peoples, many Siberian peoples, but there wouldn't be Yakutia without the existence of all the structure that Russia presents. If you talk about Dagestan, I think it's around 40. There's little thing has 40 different ethnicities. If it's not the Russians, they will kill each other.
Yes.
They understand. They exist in that system, and that system allows them to exist. There are, of course, the Adigeans that live in complete constant antagonism against the Russian culture and the Russian ethnicity. Yes, but this is our little ones. The Shuvaks are Orthodox. They also adhere to the system. The Karelians, they are integrated in the Russian system already from the Novgorod Republic. They are also Orthodox. So a lot of these ethnicities don't exist in antagonism, and it will be very difficult to put them in antagonism, not just because a guy in the European Parliament or in the American Congress decided they will create ultranationalisms in Russia. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. I will just quote one of my favorite sources on Russian history. This is the first chronicle of Russian history. It's called I think in English it is called the Chronicle of Bygone Times. It was written like in the 1100 year. Basically, what it says is that the Russians were the original Russians were a bunch of Slavic Ugrophenic peoples that were fighting and quarreling among each other. And then the Rus, who were a Germanic tribe, they called them to rule and help them unite. The whole thing about the Russians is Russian is not, historically speaking, like it's a union of Slavic tribes. It's merging. Russian, historically speaking, is there was never originally speaking, Russian was not one thing. Russia was a whole groups, and even then the 1800s, let's say in 1800s, Russian could mean a lot of things. There were the Velikoruski, the great Russians, quote unquote, the ones in Moscow, for example, or St. Petersburg, but then you had the Maloruski, the one in Ukraine, and then the Bieloruski, the one is in Minsk, modern in Belarus. The thing is, the Russians have always been very diverse, very, very diverse. They're used to agglomerate, unite with other ethnicities, even if, I really hate to say this, I really do. A lot of a lot of pro-Ukrainian sources tend to insult Russians by calling them, Buryats and Mongols, because there are a lot of Russians are Mongols. Russians do not care. Like the thing is, like they will be agglomerated in pan-Russian culture. Pan-Russian meaning, the whole Russian citizen, Russian Federation culture that is not limited to only Slavic roots. That's my opinion. In the future, in the far, far distant future, the thing is, even the original Slavic Russian culture is not entirely Slavic. Like you have also Ugrophenic elements, you have Tartar elements, you have Mongolian elements from the period of Mongolian occupation of the Russian area, the Kievan Rus. We well know that they were for a long, long time under the quote unquote Mongolian yoke, as they called it themselves. So what I'm saying is essentially, like very short, Russia will assimilate, will not assimilate, but will unite, will merge with these different cultures in the end. That's what I'm trying to say. That they're not divided as the West can think, because the difference, there's an entire difference between Western and Eastern, the Russian way of thinking about cultures. In Italy, we would never be able to even think of merging with other cultures. We'd never even, it's not part of our culture. Like it's not, in the West, assimilation is either through forced or very long product of a very long process.
Andrea, do you know that the Italians have the most
That
complex
we have a very diverse. We have a
the
very
most complex genetic composition in Europe?
Of course, but the
They are from
Italian.
everywhere.
No. Yes, that is completely true. That is completely true.
They are
Genetically
gypsies.
speaking, we're
They are
completely different,
gypsies.
if south to the north. But then you have to understand that it's modernly speaking, okay.
Yes, modernly speaking, is that we live in a country in Europe in this illusion that we are pure. We are
Yeah,
not pure. We are always been mixed. We are always been mixed. Migrations came and go. You were talking about the Slavs. The word Slav comes from Slova, which means word. Somewhere in the 1500s, a new language became the lingua franca of that immense complexity of peoples living in Eastern Europe, and they start being called Slavs. And because they were pagans for a very long time, they were being hunted for slavery, and that's why slavery also comes from the word Slavs. Very sad story, actually. The blacks were then the
The Slavs were the original blacks. Is that what you're trying to say, Prata?
yes,
No.
unfortunately, no, not that way, but the Africans become the original Slavs in the way they were slaved.
That is
because
no.
somewhere in
That is a
time,
bit sad to say. No.
somewhere in time, it was not
Danny
possible to
is
hunt
going.
them anymore.
Don't worry. We're taking over Europe now.
Oh, you are.
Why not? We need color. It's getting too hot. We need melanin.
So I want to do closing soon, but I just now I missed Tamit's super chat. So he mentioned about Russian grand strategy is opposed to the USA grand strategy due to the simple logic of I do not know who is this. And then the logic defines what happened today. Yeah. So yeah.
It's Mackinder. Mackinder is the guy who theorized the Heartland conception and how to dominate the world for the Anglo-Saxon point of view. Voila.
Yeah, I only know McDonald's. So anyway, I wanted to do closing already.
Okay, yeah,
so,
sure.
Yeah, because it's like 5 hours 20 minutes already. So if you
Can I do the closing first, so I can go because it's very late for me and I need to go away. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Nunya. If you don't mind, of course, Nunya and Vaz.
Cheers.
Can I take the?
Okay.
No,
And
just want to say.
Please.
Okay, because you are white, you can go.
Yeah, it's a white
Boss,
privilege, you know.
this is why I love you, boss. This is why I love you. First of all, I will just say two things. First of all, Voss, I'm so mad and disappointed with you. Why don't you have your meme shirts? I'm so mad. No meme shirt.
I know.
Anyways, I love this. I really love this open mic, even though I joined in late. I thank Dan for his input as living in Russia. Thank you very much. And I wanted to say just, guys, I really enjoyed this, but there was a point where, we got a bit tense. Like, the people talking over each other. Like, I didn't really enjoy that. I'm so sorry to say this. It doesn't help
It's a European
the viewers. The viewers, it doesn't really help them, right? Because they don't really understand what's going on and they do not understand your point. So, like, let's try to all be civil and, try. No, I'm not saying you're not civil, but in that moment you acted as if, you weren't. By the way, welcome to Lucas. I really enjoyed your input too, and Sammy, I really enjoyed your input as a American citizen. And thank you all for this wonderful open mic. Have a nice evening, guys. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, and yeah. So
I leave.
Voss.
Okay. Putin is a madman. Love Ukraine. I'm done.
Thanks for the balancing. Yeah, we needed the balancing.
Okay,
Nunya.
it's your turn.
Oh, my turn? A few points. Vaz, number one, I hope they let you out of your padded cell for next time. Number two, if you live in a country that celebrates... if you live in a country that celebrates Labor Day, get out and at least give a thought to Labor Day and why you've got the day off and why it's a holiday. And then third point would be I'm going to try not to focus on thinking about geopolitics, and I'm going to go out. It's a gorgeous night, and I'm going to look under the stars with my kids and see what we can see with the telescope.
Awesome. RL.
Well, it was nice. Even it was a bit challenging at some part, but for me it was still nice and even better. Talking to nice people. And we saw new faces. It's great. Talk a bit about Ukraine. We talk a lot more about geopolitics, international geopolitics. And I hope we will go further in that trend for the future. Let's see. For now.
Thank you, RL. Sammy.
Yes, I want to thank you, Wyatt, for everything that you do here, and I'm happy to join you all and all these wonderful folks you've had. I've seen a number of your shows here and your open mics. RL and I are going to have some differing views here with regard to Europe and their independence. And I don't believe for a second that we want the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Their government maybe, but not the Soviet, not Russia itself. I don't think that that's what we're really looking for. But I want to thank you all and has enjoyed joining you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy. I also emailed you, as well as Lucas, the link to join the private chat group for the speakers. So, do check your email. And Dan.
Well, I mean, in my opinion, it's the goal of any country to destroy another country. So the fact that anybody thinks someone doesn't want to destroy Russia and someone doesn't want to destroy the United States is pretty weird. Thank you guys for the open mic. And we'll see you guys on the next one.
All right. Hey, he dropped off. So do also check out Dan's YouTube channel called The Wild Siberian. Actually, it's very
that's
nice to
him.
watch. Like,
I didn't look familiar.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
I've
seen that channel before on YouTube.
Yeah,
Alright.
his stuff is good. And Lucas, you need to unmute yourself.
You're muted.
Yeah, because I muted him because of the farting sound. Good. Yes.
Yeah. So I think one thing is forgotten. It's something that Julian Assange already said. It's like they are betting on both the horses in the war. So it doesn't matter that it doesn't matter that there is war. They want the war to make profit. So and you have the GTX, but crash of cryptocurrencies in the United States. But at the same time, you have the GMX, and they were betting on the global south. So both sides make large profits from this war, from also investing in cryptocurrencies and everything. And you see the development of the global south couldn't happen without the approval of the elites in the global north. Let us put it that way. Yeah, I think there's not. I think there's much more unity in the world than people understand. It is, because nowadays every part of the world is very much developing, and I think this is a great time to live. So I hope everybody's enjoying it. So, and thank you, Wyatt, for this great platform that you are providing. It reminds me of WikiLeaks, so this is good.
Thank you, Lucas.
Thank you.
So yeah, I did email you as well. You can join the private group chat, and then do join the future open mics as well. FCS.
Yeah. Again, as always, it was good chatting about you guys. But something Sammy said again, I'm not trying to contact you, Sammy, but I don't believe for the moral doctrine to work, I don't believe Russia can remain as it is in whole, and the U.S. moral doctrine to work. Russia will have to be taken to many pieces, like Africa is. China will have to be taken to many pieces. If America can do it overnight, they will do it. But of course, what they intend to do and what is going to happen is two different things. They may never succeed in breaking up Russia or China, but if they can, they will hope to have Russia turn into 200 different pieces of countries overnight. The same thing they did in Africa. The same thing, because that way is easier to push the moral doctrine on those small, tiny countries like what they're doing currently in Europe. They can dictate to Estonia and Lithuania any day, then dictating to Russia or Poland. Even Poland, I believe, is too big for the American ideas. The Poland will be breaking up sometime in the future. It's too big, it will be too powerful. They'll have to break it out to at least to 3 or 4 different pieces of a country. But again, as always, none of us here have the fact of what's going to happen tomorrow. So we're all just going to talk and enjoy ourselves. Let's make it civil and enjoy this company. It's just for fun at the end of the day, really, because nothing here is going to change anything outside of this. Maybe it does. Maybe some of you here have the power to change the world tomorrow. Do change it for the better. So, but lastly, from an Africa point of view, if I talk, I don't talk for Africa. I don't talk for Liberia. I talk for myself. If I mention Liberia, it's because of what I know about Liberia. If I mention a country in Africa, it's reference to that country. So don't take my point of view to be a point of view of Africa. So
thank you, FCS. Prata.
Well, we kind of often forget to look at the economical relationships between countries. And like Lucas was saying, everything is much more integrated than they could allow themselves to split. The idea of splitting has been all the time being brought up, but when they were really being able to do that much, they stopped short of it. So when they tried to sanction Russian oil, they were very afraid that Russia would really cut the supply of oil to the world. Well, of course they were. They would suffer like hell. So they tried to invent a way to circumvent it. And the Russians were able to circumvent it very well, but also with the allowance of the West. Doesn't matter how powerful Russia would also be in finding other instruments. And I think this is the point. The BRICS doesn't exist to split from the West. Actually, the opposite. They want to reform what we already have to be more fair. It won't be fair. It will be more fair, which is something fairer, which is something different. And we see this in the real message, the ones that are really important, not the ones that people spilled around. We notice also Russia splitting Russia. This will be so dangerous for the world's stability to have that country in parts. Let's remember what was the fear of the West about Yeltsin times, and we can't realize, okay, there are some crazy people that talk about bullshit. Even the Western politicians, when they talk about regime change in Russia, they get scared about saying it. They don't know what is coming after it. And they are more afraid about things, about the unknown than the devil they know. And this is important. But let's not forget, the old is not dead, and the new cannot be born. There will be a different world in a few years, but slowly. And things will get better with time, hopefully a more stable world. What I think it's very important to realize is that after a big war, there is a new architecture coming. So sometimes I've said, if there will be, I hope there will be, a peace deal, not just a stalemate or a ceasefire. If there will be a peace deal about Ukraine, this might be the new architecture, the beginning of the new architecture we needed for the world. A world that is more fair, where Brazil and India also go to the Security Council and not creating a new United Nations based on the BRICS. It makes no sense. It makes more sense to go to the United Nations and reform it from within.
Okay, before you pass to copy,
I agree with you on almost literally almost everything.
Yeah, before you pass to copy, just want to say something, to all my friends out there. Please make noise. Please Make noise.
I didn't know that you are the president of Gabon.
Sponsor da selva.
But actually, just before passing to Coping, when I first saw the video, I find it really funny because I was like, most people don't even know there's a country called Gabon. So it's like,
well, it's quite big. It
Yeah.
has 2 million inhabitants, but it's very big.
It's bigger. It's bigger than the UK, but only have 2 million people.
yeah. So it's funny because like people on Twitter is like, what is that? Like, what country is that? Then this person is like, please, make noise. I was like, what? Nobody cares. Who are you?
Nobody cares about him.
It's not just that, They are members of OPEC, They
I think more people care about Bazoum than
big
him.
oil producers. Big oil producers.
Okay, Coping.
Closing.
So I wasn't able to watch most of the open mic, but here I jump in like half an hour before it ends, and it's so nice to see all these new faces, of course, and very nice to see my fellow panelists getting so well along, especially Piotr and RL being such good friends. So nice. Anyways, we would like to, I would like on behalf, I'm speaking on behalf of everyone because I know there's not going to be any dispute. We really appreciate those of you who have super chatted for this open mic. And of course, we also very much appreciate those of you who support DPA financially on Patreon, Ko-fi, Locals, and of course, Boosty. Yeah. To those of you who haven't subscribed yet, you should do so. Maybe you missed the stream, you should leave a comment, but we do advise you to be looking through the channel, this open mic channel here, and see if you find a recording where you find some of the faces here and some other faces who get together in a more topical fashion, talking about certain things that, the open mic here, everyone just the title is a scam. Okay, the title can never be true. That's why it starts to become as vague as it is. But if you do search through the open mic channels, you will find recordings where the title actually, mostly pertain to the topic at hand, and where the panelists are a little bit more prepared. So that is recommended for you to look to, and when you have seen them, like them, you should also share them because they're a lot more digestible than these 5-6 hour open mics, which I hope you still enjoy though. And, that being said, you should definitely be pressing that like button because that will make us like you a whole lot more in return. And thank you all for watching the DPA Open Mic. Press that like.
Thank you, Coping.
And you have a good night, good morning, and a good day.
Yeah. So bye, guys. I will see you guys next week, and then it will be my turn to do my own closing.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Where is the closing?
It's okay. I will remove you. Okay. So, thank you everyone for watching. For the open mic episode 45. And thank you everyone for participating in the conversations. And I think we had a pretty good open mic today. Although halfway through, like around 3 hour mark, I actually thinking about doing a closing already. Then after that, people start to join again, and then get things interesting again. I just want to highlight the super chats. We have thank you to Do, NGS, I actually not sure. I clicking which one. NGS, Utis 4321, NGS, and Tamit. Sorry to Tamit. Missed his super chat when he posted it. I'm not sure what I'm doing at the time. And yeah. So otherwise, I think the most interesting part was the quarreling between RL and Prata, and I was trying to understand what is happening. Then I realized that they are basically saying the same thing, just that from a different angle, which is kind of funny because they're just insisting on different points, but they are talking about the pretty similar things. So yeah, and a lot of talk about geopolitics. I think nobody seems to care about Gabon. I will be doing a headline, a news on the Gabon coup thing, and see whether I can bring some insight into what actually is happening, and what to take note. Yeah, and Singapore also have just finished our presidential election. We have elected our previous former senior minister, who was also part of the World Economic Forum. I think someone in the as a director or something. So he got 70% votes, which is ridiculously high. Elections, 3%, and he got 70% vote. And what's more significant is that we are around 70% Chinese ethnic in Singapore, and there is 3 candidates. He's the only non-Chinese candidate. The other 2 is Chinese, and we 70% population, who are ethnically Chinese voted 70% for the Indian candidate. So it does shows that race may not matter, at least not in Singapore. Not we in Singapore we kind of recognize capability and in terms of quality, in terms of whether the person is really worth voting for. And I'm very glad that we voted the right person, because I really don't want the other 2 to be the president, because that will be too much drama. And so that's good. So just my closing. And thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for this discussing and chatting in the because there's 2 different conversations that's actually happening. One is on screen, the other one is in the chat, and they may be talking about 2 different things. So that is very cool. So yeah, that's it. Not to drag any more longer. Thank you for watching, and enjoy your Sunday, and I'll see you in the next update. Outro. Sorry. Bye-bye.